Okay, if I could have everyone's attention, please. It's 1 o'clock, so we'll get started. We have a long agenda to get through. Thank you, counselors, for stopping talking. Okay, so I do wish to call today's Committee of the Whole meeting to order and recognize that we are gathered today on the territories of the Sooke and Shaanu Nations. As we look to approval of agenda, I was just speaking with our corporate officer of about a slight variation that we're going to make, and it's regarding the public question and comment period. So typically in Committee of the Whole, we invite members of the public forward as each item of discussion comes forward. So as we approve the agenda today, what I would like to do is integrate public input into each item. So for example, when we get to 5.1, we'll receive the staff report, then we'll invite members of the public forward on that item in particular only. Council can deliberate, move on to the next one. And I believe that has been our practice with Committee of the Whole. We typically have just a few items of more of quite a substantial discussion. So we'll look to integrate the public Q&A into each individual portion throughout the agenda. So that means, though, if you're here to speak for item 5.3, you'll need to wait until that item comes forward to share your comments. So we'll just sort of remove item 4, if that makes sense. So that'll be how we'll do this. Just a approval of a modified agenda that integrates the public into each item. Moved by St. Pierre, and we're in Committee of the Whole, so there's one mover for each item. All those in favor, and that's carried unanimously. Okay, so that'll put us right into our report section, and we'll begin with 5.1, the Sooke Emergency Management Plan. So on this one, I'll invite our presenters up, please, and we'll go through the staff report, and then we'll invite members of the public forward.
Thank you. So my name is Rylan Bennett. I'm the Emergency Program Manager with the District of Sooke, and next to me is Jim Lamort. He's a consultant in the emergency management field that we've been working with for the last 6 or 7 months. I guess a couple of years actually, but I've personally been working with Jim for the last few months. And what we're here to talk about today is actually ask for endorsement of the emergency management plan for the District of Sooke 2025 to 2027. But I'd like to use this opportunity to really talk about emergency management as a whole, how we're looking on a national, a provincial, and a local level, as well as the legislative changes and how we go about tackling this complex problem and what we're doing about it here in Sooke. So on the screen here, this is actually a picture from Old Man Lake wildfire. These are BC Wildfire Service crews enjoying some donated pizza on last year's wildfire. So in today's presentation, we'll just start off with the current state of emergency management, then dive into how do we tackle this complex problem. And then Jim will go into depth kind of on the emergency management plan. And then I'll talk about where are we now meeting Sooke, and then what are we looking at in as far as our engagement pieces, our funding pieces, and then I'll ask for plan endorsement of the final piece. So current state of emergency management so I chose the last 5 years because there's been some significant changes in the emergency management field, not just in the events that have taken place, but in the legislation as well. 2020, global pandemic, unprecedented. 2021 was the tragic, devastating event of the heat dome that was actually the most deadly disaster in British Columbia history, as well as the entire community of Lytton burned down, and the atmospheric river event, which communities are still recovering from. 2022 might pale in comparison, but on a national level, there's over 3 billion in insured losses. That's the third most ever nationally. 2023, I think that's probably still fairly dominant in our minds. That's the most hectares burnt on a provincial scope ever. What is actually, to me, a more impactful stat on that is that there was almost 50,000 people evacuated from their homes and about 150,000 on evacuation alert. It's a really impactful to communities. 2024, again, paled in comparison to 2023, but there was still over 1 million hectares burnt. And if we reverse time kind of 10 years, that breaks all records that we've ever seen. Bringing it more locally in 2024 was the Old Man Lake wildfire, and that's the biggest wildfire we've had here in a generation since about the 60s. And the reason I think this is quite important to mention here is that our population and our infrastructure and our wildfire fighting tactics have really changed in that time. So this is, in context, quite a big wildfire. So how do we go about tackling these really kind of complex problems? And the first point that I'd really like to make, and I think that the legislation is pointing to, as well as the field of emergency management, is that emergency management is beyond response. And what I mean by that is that response capabilities are often overwhelmed due to the significant impact of these events right away. And so how do we tackle this? Well, we look at mitigative measures, we look at educating the public, how do we prepare for it? We look at planning for recovery. And meaning that we really tie it into this all of society approach. So during these large scale events, yes, we have great police services, we have great fire services, we have great ambulance services, but they're often beyond capacity. So if we look at approaching this as all of society, we can really leave those services for the most vulnerable, and the people themselves can actually really kind of look after themselves as the best they can. That's through emergency plans, for their own education, knowing which communication tools to use. The third point here is we really need to look to the future. We need to look at other communities that are experiencing events in front of us. Jim and I were talking previously, and the States is usually about 10 years ahead of us. So what are they planning for? What is the interior planning for? What are they seeing for wildfire events and flooding events? What are some of the best practices that we can take from there? The last point on this, and this is something I think Sooke does really well, especially in the OCP and our community wildfire resiliency plan, is that we have a common thread of resilience throughout this. I think that's a really strong point in Sooke. So that's sort of the kind of macro scale of how do we tackle this, but what are we really doing here at Sooke? So there is an emergency program that has been alive here for a while, but it was really funded and staffed about a year and a half ago. And it's really, I think it was a blank slate, and I mean, that's a good thing. And this is not uncommon for districts of our size. And it really allowed us a unique opportunity to kind of build this plan up with a really good foundation, look to 3, 5, 10 years out, and how we go about tackling that. So my first task that I gave myself here when I arrived was to look at where we are as a district and where we need to be, both for our community responsibility and our legislative responsibility. And looking at that, I really realized that we needed to pull in some experts in the emergency management field of how do we look at best practices in our communities around us? How do we find them locally? How do we look at the lessons that have been learned? Reach out in the emergency management field, and I found Jim Lamort and Jaya Bremer. Jim, first, I'd actually like to mention Jaya. Jaya is not able to join us today, but she was integral to this plan creation. She was a kind of a key person to facilitate all of this. But Jim's been in the emergency management field for 35 years, I believe, predominantly at a local context. So Jim also holds a master's in urban planning, and I would consider Jim kind of a leader, especially locally in the emergency management field. And I felt very fortunate to find him. So in a sec, I'm gonna hand it over to Jim, and he'll kind of go into the specifics of the plan. But I'd really like to also talk about the district and their involvement in this plan. So the slide previously, I talked about this all of society approach. So the district, I believe, this plan is an all of district approach. We've had input from not only IT, but operations department, the planning department, the fire service, the communication. So this is really us leading by example. And I'll hand it over to Jim.
Thanks, Ryland. So in my decades of working with emergency management in British Columbia, it's changed over that time. It used to be landed on the shoulders of the fire department. The fire chief usually dealt with emergency management off the corner of his or her desk. And that's changed substantially in the last decade, at least, but especially in the last 3 years, 4 years. And now we're focusing on a different approach, and that is engaging everyone in the community in their own protection. Helping, instead of relying on a single department to be there and solve all their problems, it's engaging everybody so they can be part of the solution as well. And that means a lot more work, but a lot more value as well. So what Ryland asked us to do is to develop an organized approach to all the things that have to happen in emergency management. And there's a ton of things that we need to do, and they have to be coordinated. And we have to answer people's questions and make sure that they understand their role in this. Members of the community, nonprofit organizations, even neighboring municipalities in the regional district and the province. They all need to know how to contribute to our safety in here. And that we turn this into what we call the emergency management plan. So emergency management meaning the big picture of what needs to happen to prepare for, to prevent, to respond, and to recover from major emergencies. So what I'd like to walk through in the next couple of slides is just some highlights of what's in this plan. And if you have any questions along the way, feel free to ask those. And the first thing, it's on the screen now, the first thing to mention is we're not just looking at wildfire as a threat, because as soon as you focus on one, something else pops up and grabs you, like a pandemic or an earthquake or something else. We need to identify the risks that we face and make sure that our response and our recovery and efforts to prevent the damage is appropriate to those hazards. So on the screen, there's some examples of what is important for the District of Sooke to recognize, all the way from atmospheric hazards, the severe weather events that happen, cold and heat as well, all the way down to the wildland urban interface fires and everything in between. You've got chemical threats in the community. You have storm threats, flooding, dam breach, all of those things are possible. So the plans that we're putting together have to be flexible. It has to be an all hazards approach. It's not just focused on earthquake or one of those. Next slide. So the next slide looks at the scope of emergency management, what's included in here. And there's a geographic scope, of course, it's the boundaries of the district for sure. But where there are provincial and federal lands or infrastructure in there, that's included in our planning. So we engage with the utilities, the different government levels that have a role to play and make sure that we're coordinated on this. This is actually one of the requirements of the new legislation that Ryland mentioned, and that is the Emergency Management and Disaster Act. So that means that the municipality is responsible for coordinating the different elements that are required to work together. So we deal with all hazards and all emergency levels. Even if it's a minor emergency, we walk through the same processes. We engage the same people as if it's a major catastrophe as well. And we're required, there's a big section there called elements there. We're required by law and by common sense to deal with all aspects of emergency management. And that ranges from a risk assessment, understanding what might happen, but also what are the vulnerable parts of our community that we need to harden or make more resilient in there. So that's part of our risk assessment. Very important to do that early in the process so we can do the next steps reasonably. Mitigation, and by mitigation, we mean all of those steps that are taken before an emergency to reduce either the likelihood of something bad happening or the severity of that damage as well. We take some steps ahead of time, that's all mitigation. And we define it that way because there's funding specifically for mitigation as well, provincial and federal funding. And then preparedness, we need to make sure that all the people that play a role in response and recovery know what their roles are. They have the equipment that they need. They have the checklists or the steps that they're required to do outlined. They receive training in this, a chance to exercise the plan. So all of that's part of that preparedness level in there. And then obviously in most emergencies, there's a response that we can put forward. That emergency response is used to be the heart of emergency management. Now it's just one of the many elements that we need to look at. But there's a lot of standardization that we've adopted. So we fit into the other communities in the capital region. And so we can count on them for assistance. And we're available also to assist them as well. So it's a mutual benefit in there. Business continuity, I'll define that as the business of the district, your public services. You could call this a service continuity requirement. So the services that you provide that have a public safety element in there need to be able to continue after some type of interruption. You can think of either an IT interruption or road surfaces may need immediate repair. Trees come down and removing those from evacuation routes. That's all continuation of services. It's part and parcel of emergency response in many respects. But again, the funding is different, so we call it out separately. And finally, disaster recovery. And if I was to say that if there's one thing that we're learning from the US in the last couple of years here, it's all the difficulties of recovery and getting people back into their homes, getting the community up and running again with all the elements that they require, from schools to shops to the nonprofit organizations that play such a role in our communities. That is such a difficult challenge. And the more we prepare for that ahead of time, the better off we will in addressing that. That's all part of our plan. And finally, in the response levels, we have two levels. One is at the site level. That means those people that actually get dirty, putting out fires and responding to chemical spills, but also they need a support level. And that's the Emergency Operations Center, the EOC that you're familiar with as well. So our program addresses both of those. And just one more point on that one. We think that the site support people and the EOC people can draw in from the community as well. You could have business leaders coming into the EOC, tracking the impacts to the businesses and what they can do to protect themselves, being part of the overall program as well. So far internally, you have identified a number of roles that feed this program. And this is the Emergency Management Role Executive Committee that's already in place. The Emergency Planning Committee, we identified a number of departments that play a critical role in mitigation and response and recovery, brought them together and had them think about what should we do? What are some of the options that are available for us to do now? And what do you think are priorities? So with their input, we collected, as I'm going to talk about, 34 strategies for dealing with emergency management, ended up with 133 actions. Broke these actions down into bite-sized pieces so we can actually get something done, all led by this emergency planning committee. And our vision is that this committee would continue every year to update the plan. So the plan that you'd be asked to look at and approve today would be a work in progress. Every year it's going to be updated depending on what the needs are in the situation. There's an emergency program coordinator, which program manager, which is responsible for making sure that these discussions happen internally, but with the community as well. And all of the powers that come to you through the legislation will anticipate those ahead of time, for both for response, emergency response, and for disaster recovery. Separate powers are available to you as well. So we're laying all of those out in terms that are quite understandable. So a quick word on the guiding principles of this emergency management plan. I think these are important to understand because it forms the basis, the foundation for this plan. And the first one is collaboration. It's impossible to imagine in today's world that a single organization can respond and recover and do business continuity for a wide range of emergencies. We need to collaborate with our internal partners and external partners, identify, be very creative in who we count as partners, and invite and talk to them early, including First Nations. Very comprehensive, we deal with all emergencies, all types of emergencies, and all levels of emergency management that could be required. Public needs to be involved in this, not just to inform them about what's going on, which they deserve, but also to engage them, to invite their participation. And it's been remarkable to see some of the emergencies in BC and elsewhere, the outpouring of concern and willingness to help if only they were given the information they need and invited to participate in specific ways. We take care of those things. People are very willing to come forward and lend a hand. And our regional partnerships are very important with the other municipalities been chosen and others, the Wanda-Fuka electorate area. We share a lot of common risks, but also common solutions for mitigation and other things. We need to engage with them, which also takes time. And then resource stewardship, the critical resources that we can tap into these days include grants, provincial grants, federal grants, even others that we, once we apply for those, we need to be good stewards of those resources and make sure that we spend that money wisely so that we qualify for more, but also make the best out of what is limited in some respects. I mention these things because they're all part of the plan itself. Next slide.
Everything's black.
The screens on our
Thanks. This particular slide is a flow chart of the main objectives of the emergency management plan. And this is a flow chart because some things should happen and often do happen before others. And it starts with number one, getting organized. You can't do anything in a program without figuring out who's going to do what, where's the funding going to come from, who's going to be responsible for taking records, all of those things. So just getting organized is the very first step. But the next step is all important. That's assessing the risks. And assessing the risk allows us to understand what are the priorities, what are the really bad things that could happen here, who's going to be affected, what can be done about it. All of those make demands an understanding of the risks involved here. With that in mind, you can go on to step number 3, which is mitigate the risks. Once you understand what could happen, hazard by hazard, you can anticipate things that can help reduce the damage of things. These may be berms to prevent from flooding, or wildfire risk can be reduced by removing vegetation from around houses, things like that. Those are all mitigation steps. Once you understand the risks in step number 2, you can go on to 3, 4, 5, and 6. Plan for emergency response, plan for business continuity, and plan for disaster recovery. They can all happen at the same time once you understand the risk. In fact, in some cases, they should happen at the same time because they share a lot of the common principles. And again, that term business continuity is not about the businesses in your district. It's about the businesses that you deliver. So the services, it's that service continuity. And once we do all that planning in 4, 5, and 6, now we have something that we can train people to. And that's step number 7, ensure the preparedness. We identify who's going to be participating in response and recovery, business continuity, and we train them in the steps that need to be taken to reach certain objectives. Make sure they get a chance to exercise that training and get the right equipment into their hands. All of those are parts of preparedness. And then finally, because this is a program that deals with staff time and money, we want to evaluate this program. Say, how did we do? How well did we do? Usually this returns to the first objective, again, of maybe we need to get organized in a slightly different way. So if you think of this as an annual cycle, we'll focus on some of these objectives more than others. But if we return after an evaluation each year, we keep the program alive and changing. In the final slide, I'd like to share with you today, and just as an example of how we approach this, is to break down each of these 8 objectives into the next level, which is strategies. We're basically asking the question, how can we get organized? How can we assess the risk? What are the things that we can do? Excuse me. So right now we've broken these down into strategies, and I won't go into the detail, but each strategy is broken down into actions that we can take. We break them down into actions for a couple of reasons. We want to assign actions to specific people, not just leave it general to the emergency management, emergency program manager, but make it specific, and we hand it off to individuals. These could be staff members, they could be community members. But once we break this down into actions, it makes it much more manageable as well. And we can anticipate the budget that may be required for different actions as well. So we have an annual, and you'll see it in the emergency management plan. There's an annual projection of how much money we would seek, most often through grants, in order to manage the strategies that we're tackling in that year. Perhaps I'll stop there. If you have any questions about the emergency management plan, we'll definitely approach it. Back over to you.
Thanks, Jim. So in a minute, we'll ask for council endorsement of the plan that Jim has just discussed, and we can go into kind of questions then. But I'd like to take a few moments just to talk about where we are currently, what's Sooke doing about this. What are the actions that we've taken on this so far? And I'll start with the plans that we have in place. So we do have an evacuation route plan from 2020 that Jim actually wrote. Just great to have him here for that. We do have a strategic emergency management plan, which fed into this emergency plan. We do have a bunch of hazard specific plans that have been written, and hopefully we'll have this emergency management plan in a few moments here. The one key piece is actually objective 2 is a risk assessment. We don't have that. However, there's a tender out currently that is 100% funded by grants to secure consultant to do a risk assessment for our community. We do have various risk assessments like the CWR, the Community Wildfire Resiliency Plan, that look at hazard specifics, but not one that's comprehensive, that looks at climate change and looks into ideally 10, 20, 30 years out and the dynamic nature of Sooke and our growing community. Another thing is our on this plan is our staff training. So I believe all folks except for one new hire have base level emergency operations center training that would take part in an EOC. That's all folks at the district. One thing that we also have in place for that is to train on this plan, as well as to do exercises for those staff members. We have that funded through grants as well as and a plan in place to take that on. Another great thing that we have going, I think, is what Jim mentioned, is this business continuity. We have, I would say, about 90% of our business continuity needs, from satellite communication to backup laptops to generators, thanks to Ryan kind of for going through all that. I'd like to take a moment too to talk about what I would call the backbone of emergency management in the district of Sooke, and that's we have about 30 emergency support service volunteers, and they would be our first line of support for our evacuees during an event. But in Sooke, they're much more than that, and I would say that they're also the envy of other communities. This is a really dedicated group, and they do most of our public engagement through markets and through lifelong learning events and getting out to the schools. You know, the Hike to High Ground event which happened last month, they orchestrated that and organized the whole thing. This is when I showed up here, this was the one group of people, or there was a few groups of people there, one that I was really proud of, and like, this is a great initiative in this community that's been going on for a while. Also talking about plans and all of these things that we have in place, they're no good if you don't really know your neighbor. So on the engagement piece, I do believe that we have a really good emergency management community in the capital region. That's through a CRD bylaw. There's the Local Government Emergency Program Advisory Commission. We meet quarterly, and I think we have this strong network in place that builds frameworks and communication plans, looks at critical resource sharing. One initiative that's come from that I'm pleased to share is to do with our Indigenous engagement requirements under EDMA. And that's a project that will hopefully culminate in engagement with the 19 First Nations and the 13 local governments in the one regional district for the whole of Southern Vancouver Island. That's a really complex project, and we've been working on it for about 5 or 6 months now, and hopefully we're starting to get the ball moving on that. More to come on that. As far as local level Indigenous engagement, I think our relationship with Sooke Nation is actually really strong, especially speaking emergency management. The Old Man Lake wildfire, I think, was the kind of the spark that brought that relationship together. Sooke Nation was grateful, I'm grateful that Sooke Nation hosted a dinner for us and for all the wildfire staff after the Old Man Lake wildfire. That was a pretty neat event, as well as we do inter-community emergency management training, and I go and meet with Sooke on a monthly or bi-monthly basis. Also, we have a staff to staff lunch coming up that there should be an invite coming out for in the next few weeks with Sooke and all of us in this room. Also, I'd like to highlight there's a bunch of local partners that I think are really fantastic. The one that I think is really rare for a community to have is actually an extreme weather shelter, and that's at the Hope Center. Victoria is the only other community in this whole region that has one of those. For a community of this size to have that, we're very, very fortunate. Another piece that I'd like to touch on is, I guess, our public understanding. And I'd like to kind of give a nod to Christina, for wherever she is, for really kind of spearheading the emergency management communication and our strategy with that. And I think this is paying dividends. And when I was thinking about this, I was trying to find a piece that would really showcase this public understanding and engagement. And it's a challenging thing to put a number on, but I think our alertable stats share that. So alertable is our emergency communication tool. And we have 8,000 people, more than 8,000 people subscribed. That's in a community of 16,000. That's 16,000 accounts for children as well that wouldn't typically subscribe to this. That's a really high number. And that's gone up 80% since this emergency program creation. It's helped in large part, I think, to Old Man Lake wildfire, but that's a pretty good number, I think, to hold our hat on. The last piece I'll touch on here before going to questions is funding. Currently, we have $280,000 in grant funding for 2025. And that's all from the provincial government administered through the UBCM. And I think, we've been talking about the recognition that emergency management is beyond response, and that is being recognized in grant funding too. That's it for the presentation. I'm happy to go to questions now.
Okay, thank you very much to both of you for both the presentation as well as the written report. There's a lot of work there. So thank you very much for your time and everything that you've put into it. So I'll open up to members of council first for any questions, and then following that, I'll have you take your seats and see what public commentary will follow, and then invite you back to maybe, we'll take all the public input in one go, because we only have the one microphone, and then we'll see if we can address it in one block there. Okay, Councillor Beddoes.
Yes, thank you for that report. I'm interested, how does it work with Otter Point? How do you coordinate? Because our emergency, is anybody from Otter Point on your committee and everything like that? Because there's a lot of people that are going to come here in an event of a major earthquake or anything like that. How does that work?
Yeah, so Otter Point would be part of the Wanapeka electoral area. And
Okay,
they have they have two representatives on this with the CRD, and we meet with them part of the LGE pack and discuss how we kind of jointly manage stuff.
but they're not in our emergency plan here, right?
No,
Okay,
they aren't. However, our emergency support services team
yeah,
are quite connected with Otter Point as well as with Sooke, and look at how to manage those things together, because you are correct. There will be folks coming from CRD
yeah.
into the support structure.
Okay, I guess for me, it's, you're well aware of it and you're taking it into account, but I would like to see something in the future folded directly into our plan, especially for these sort of Gordon's Beach this way. A lot of people live in that area, and sometimes it's sort of forgotten. And when we have an emergency, it's going to be a regional emergency. It's not just going to be the district of Sooke. So anyways, just keep it in mind. Thanks.
And we'll have to invoice them for their
Yeah.
contribution into the plan, so I'm not quite sure how that'll work, but that's part of it. I'll share, like, the CRD also has an overarching role here that we connect with, because then we have lands, as obviously as you leave Sooke, you run into the Wandafuka, and then you'll hit Sooke Point, which is Sooke. So there needs to be the regional government to fill in the gaps, and they play an integral role too. Councillor Pearson?
Thank you, through the chair. Great presentation, and it should always be on the front of our minds, emergencies. So thank you for the hard work that you're doing. So a couple of my questions have already been answered, neighboring communities. Where in the plan does it talk about the partnership, like regional partners, BC Hydro, CRD Water, those fundamental pieces of recovery, I guess, at some point, or sustaining life? Where do they fit into the plan? And that's just two.
Yeah, they fit in two places. When we do the risk assessment, we'll identify all the external agencies that play a role in the risk and response, and just identifying, making sure that we're connected with them. But that leads to the response planning and recovery planning as well. Response planning, we may manage a large response through an EOC. And if that means that we need to bring in other people representing other agencies into the EOC so we can plan sitting side by side, we will do that. So it's not just a District of Sooke EOC and just for that staff. It's for anybody who plays a role in response. And same for recovery. If they have a role in recovery, we need to coordinate that. That's our job here, is to coordinate. So it's a very open, inviting emergency operations center. That's the way to do that.
Thank you for that. Just one, and my last, maybe not my last question, but the Old Man Lake fire, it happens outside the boundaries of Sooke, but yet the operations command center is here, all that. And through the chair to staff, where does the funding come from, and what does that look like when it's not really a fire in our area? However, our response is ours, and I like that. But what about the costs that sort of get muddied? How's that?
So there were multiple emergency operations centers for that. And so the CRD had their I would say their main emergency operations center, their office is down in Victoria, but they also had department operations center in the watershed. They also put a representative from CRD into our EOC. So that sort of somewhat answers Councillor Beto's question earlier as well, of how do we coordinate with CRD? Who pays for it? Under EDMA, so the Emergency Disaster Management Act, if we deem an event an emergency, we can apply for provincial funding. So that EOC was funded under a provincial task number for some of the resources that we receive from other communities, as well as some, what would be a few examples would be some of the signage that we put out and staff overtime. So and the CRD would also do their own task number to separate the bills on that.
Just to add to that, Councillor Pearson, when that event happened, because the calls obviously came through our office, we had a council meeting that day that we had to determine to cancel. I was on my way back to Sooke when it broke out. And then through the course of it, as we learned more about the fire, it was also determined, like I was the media contact at that time, so that it just became easier for the information to come to one place to be then relayed out to the public, because there was a lot of media involvement over it. So just so we weren't not saying different things, but just to coordinate, because it was the summer. And then that's where, as more became known, and then you sort of learn what people know and don't know. So some queries, and then what questions and queries and concerns are coming from the public. So some would ask, for example, why we didn't drive every regional fire truck into the fire to put it out. So it's explaining the topography and the limitations and the challenge as to why it couldn't be extinguished in that way, and also understanding the size and the topography. So it just helped to have sort of one stream. And then our staff developed the portal because there was a lot of disinformation occurring at the same time. People were taking pictures of the Jasper fire and overlaying it on top of the Sooke fire and saying, this is how extreme the fire is. And we were dispelling that at the same time, because we don't see the Rocky Mountains when we look out our windows here. We see a different mountain range, and it could dispel some of that information to keep people more safe. And then obviously this is when the provincial wildfire teams were in, and our teams were here to keep our community secure and safe. At the same time, if something changed and the fire came through into our community. So there was several pieces, but in the end, that's where the province came in, and it was just to get the information, and our staff did a great job in getting the information that or the answers to the questions, because people wanted to understand what was happening.
Thank you.
Okay, did you have anything else, Councillor Pearson, before I go to St. Pierre?
Yeah, just the one question around the Emergency Management Act. And that's obviously provincial legislation. And you talked about community engagement and having more people engaged in the community and taking roles and responsibility. Where does the liability sort of rest in that? And how do you manage compliance? I guess that in an emergency act. A pretty bit of a tricky question.
So I can answer the liability piece to that under EDMA, so the Emergency Disaster Management Act. Yes, it is provincial legislation. As far as liability, so under a task number, we would have liability for our ESS teams, our emergency support services teams, to do a specific set of tasks. If they go outside of that task, they are not covered. Jim, do you want to add anything?
Well, just the whole idea of liability depends on the actions that you're taking. And right now there's protection in the provincial legislation, protection against liability if you're engaged in an emergency and you do reasonable work and not at cross purposes with reality. So if you're taking any steps that are in the public interest, your liability is covered there. But it's got to be reasonable. And I'll just add to that, that if there's specific requirements in the act and the regulations, it would be reasonable for you to follow those actions.
Exactly. That's kind of where I was going with,
Yeah.
because you mentioned that the act, Emergency Management Act, which brings with it some, I don't know, intrinsic liability. How's that? Or it feels like that. How's that?
It could feel like that, but the requirements for specific actions are pretty light. The word that keeps coming up all the time is coordination. So you're not required to do all the actions that are needed to protect people from a disaster, but you are required to coordinate those actions, whether it's a utility or a provincial agency or a neighboring municipality. It's the coordination is the key, which is why we focus so much on the Emergency Operations Center. That's where coordination happens.
Good answers. Thank you.
Counselor St. Pierre.
Thank you, through your worship. I'm mostly curious because it feels like the plan as it stands, which is, getting organized, identifying actions, assigning them to individuals, looking for grants to actually pay for it. It feels like a lot of what's already been happening. But is this really just turning into an iterative process and formalizing it? Because it feels like this is what we've been doing. And also with the focus, obviously, we've seen this MOGS work with high ground and so on and so forth, no doubt in coordination. It looks like we've already been working on things like prevention, education, raising awareness and so on and so forth. So what's the difference? I have another question after that, but first, what's the difference?
You are correct that a lot of the common sense elements have been happening for decades, just because it is common sense and we recognize that we have a responsibility to the community. But I would say it hasn't been organized in a way that transcends new people coming in. So if the staff members are changed, then the new person starts from scratch again. And we're trying to avoid that now with a plan that will set up a survivorship, I guess you'll call it, of staff turnover and council turnover and everything else. So it's more predictable. It's much easier to take new ideas and slot them into a place where action actually happens because it's all written down and documented. It's like any major program here is you break it down into sub pieces and assign responsibility of those pieces to others, more things get done. So.
If I understand correctly, in the past, our fire chief and staff would have gone after grants to get fire department money and so on and so forth, but that wasn't necessarily part of their job description or their job. This would now make it part of their job description and their job. As such, it's part of the organizational structure. It's part of what must and should happen, not just something that we're doing because we shouldn't, because it's common sense. Is that correct?
No, maybe I'll answer that and
Yeah.
then see if you can fill in. So in 2003, that's when the district adopted a bylaw around emergency management. And it was primarily the fire department and the ESS, the support services has been here as long as I can recall. However, there's also the provincial legislation of EDMA, the Emergency Disaster Mitigation, something or other. I can't remember the acronym now. That came in 2023. And that, because we are always, as they fondly call us, a creature of the province, requires us to conform and do certain things. And so you may recall at UBCM, I was one of the speakers on a panel about this legislation and the impact it has on local governments and some of the challenges that we have. And the big one is around the funding. And so this is where the advocacy effort of UBCM has made those grants available. Prior to that, it likely would have been taxes and the work of our staff to develop the plans. It's only through the work of UBCM that the granting became more available, but we still have to have staff available to apply for the grants. But that's where over the long term, it's not fully sustainable because it's always cap in hand every year. We do get the fully funded grants, but it eliminates our ability to plan more progressively out into the future because the government may decide not to fund the programs anymore. That's always the risk to us, is they will require us to do all these things, but the funding may or may not be in place. So far it is. But then I think since, I can't remember the year that the Fort McMurray fire burned, but that event sort of triggered a lot of other things. And then since 2014, it seems that every single year we have some kind of an event of some sort within our community, whether it's fire or flooding or COVID or a chemical spill. And so that's where I think our staff were already mobilizing in this direction. And then there's now a provincial layer on top of everything. And that provincial layer requires us to keep this plan every 3 years refreshed, an annual update, which our service planning does anyway. That's probably the common sense piece. But then there's other pieces that are in on top of that. And that's the advocacy local government has is, okay, fine, we can do these things. But when it comes to engagement with First Nations, Sooke has always reached out and been very strong. So speaking for the province, there's other places where there is no relationship, but they are required to deliver in a certain way. So then that's where community seed money comes in, and it's all layered. And then the coordination through the regional district. Yeah, so I'm going to turn to our speakers though to see if they have anything further to add.
Thank you, Mayor Tate. Yeah, I'll just add two pieces to that. So to Mayor Tate's point, we're legislatively required to have this plan. The other point is that this plan, yes, through the goodness of our heart, some of these actions were being taken. However, they weren't being prioritized, and there's limited staff time and funding. So now that we have this plan out, we can understand what we need to do this year, next year, the following year, and look to the future. As well as it allows us to have multiple staff contribute to this and not just in one person's brain or off the side of the fire chief's desk. Thanks.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, we're legislated to have this plan. Previously, we were putting more of our efforts and resources towards emergency response, but now, given a better understanding that the better money is spent in a stitch in time on prevention, mitigation, education, we're now going to be diverting resources, or not diverting, but hopefully getting additional resources towards actually putting mitigation, prevention efforts in place and systems in place and making them part of the organization and part of actually the community culture. Is that capturing?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I think that is correct. A good example of our kind of commitment to that is this risk assessment that's coming out that's really going to look at our community and identify those risks, identify the vulnerabilities, and identify actions for us to take to hopefully, if there is an emergency event, allow our response organizations to respond to them. And I guess that a key point here is that mitigation, education, preparation, all of this stuff is to make response better. So yes, response is still going to be a key piece to this throughout any emergency events. But if we don't do any mitigative action, any education, the responses are likely to fail.
Okay, two small questions further. One of them is to do with insurance underwriters. So of course, with our firefighters, when we have all the right equipment, we are looking at reductions in our insurance. Can the community expect anything in terms of that sort of thing? I'm just curious. I mean, if you actually have really good systems in place, do the insurance companies recognize this at all, or?
In the past 15 years, there's been discussion of that among the insurance and reinsurance agencies out there, but nothing that has stuck.
Okay, it was just hopeful,
Yeah.
And then finally, I'm curious because in your long list of nasty things that could happen, I didn't see hurricanes. Are we just so blessed and protected that we'll never get hurricanes? Because it feels like a good wind event would take out most of our electrical power lines and wreak complete havoc. And obviously, you know, New Orleans, and we're right by the ocean. So are we just magically protected, or is this just, I don't know?
It would be a typhoon. That's what comes over the
Hurricane,
Pacific.
typhoon.
So probably not a hurricane, more of a typhoon. Yeah, well, we call them cyclone bombs here.
No, no, we are, it's on our list of things, but these are just examples that we put up. There's a number of other things that could happen. The likelihood is pretty low. The last typhoon that we experienced was in 1962. And it hit most of Washington State and lower mainland than did Vancouver Island, but we definitely got some damage from that as well. So how frequently does that come up? every 100 years or so. So it's there, but it's not, the risk is not zero. Yeah.
Counselor Bateman.
Yeah, thank you very much, very much. There are, so this is Sooke's first emergency management plan. And building on these existing suite of plans we have here, so it's incorrect to say it's the first such plan.
There was a plan developed in 2013. that
Right.
During my assessment of our documents that we had, I found that it was lacking in context for present day emergency management.
Okay, yeah, I was going to ask about evaluation, and that includes the business continuity plan of 2013. Okay. And our District of Sooke risk matrix is another document you reviewed. When I say you, this is the work, as you've stated, of the Emergency Planning Committee as a whole, with the assistance of Mr. Lamont and the other consultant. Yes, so that's important. I'm referring now a little bit to this document that was handed to us earlier. Sooke District Council of Concerned Citizens had some comments here and questions. In terms of funding for this project, I see there's a $40,000 in the 2025 capital plan related to major emergency operations plan. And is that where this funding is coming from for this work?
The funding for this work was just a little bit over $14,000, and we spent it in 2024 and some in 2025.
Okay, good. And you also have a new UBCM grant under the Disaster Risk Reduction and Climate Adaptation Grant of $150,000. Is that to do the work on the risk assessment?
Yes, Councillor Bateman, that is the RFP tender out right now is under that
Yes.
grant.
Okay. Yeah, the fascinating work here. The EOC manual, for example, is also part of the suite of packages that will be referenced under this emergency plan.
Yes, so the suite of documents from the EOC plan is from 2013, and they're still useful today, and they are referenced under this plan.
Right, okay. Finally, I'm just curious about did you utilize a template provided by the province or other municipalities in developing this work plan?
Actually, the province has not come up with a template for the emergency management plan.
Okay,
It's our interpretation. They do define emergency management as including those 8 objectives that we talked about. But other than that, we invented something that's going to work for the district.
you've invented this. Okay, great. And finally, this is a first year approval we're giving you now. And well, we're giving you a 3-year approval, but this is a living document that will be going through annual reviews. Yes, okay, thank you.
Okay, so I think that exhausts any queries that council have. So thank you. We'll invite the members of public forward and then we can go from there.
Lors, I have a number of questions. The first one being, why was public not part of the discussion for the emergency plan? Because I think public has a lot to offer. There's pod systems that I know in Montefiore, they use a pod system. And recalling 96, when we had the horrible snowstorm, the road was closed. So the pod system worked because the people worked it out. You couldn't get past as far as you could walk, so people looked after each other. I don't think we should be depending totally on emergency services. We should be depending on each other. And also in a pod system, you would also be looking at Mrs. Z down the road is on a ventilator, so her power's out, so we need to get a generator to her, but only people in that community would know that. How can you know everything? And you couldn't access. So pod systems are really important. And I know during 96 that actually we were home to a lot of the firemen even coming for showers and pancakes because you could. And that's another issue. I don't see anything discussed here about power outages and recommendations for secondary heat and cooking facility, like not to be all dependent on electricity. And those are things that should be in this document. Highway number 14, the road, there's no discussion about that, how we're supposed to get out. What about using water? What about Sooke Marine Coast Guard and Sooke Marine Rescue? No discussion about that. I don't know if they were also invited into this. I just know a lot of this. My boys were in the fire department, so I've always kept an eye on it. Mass casualties, and we don't have a medical center. There's no discussion about making the medical center more available for that sort of thing. I see also in here that there's asking for monies for another 2 employees to manage the plan. Well, really? We're not looking at the public being responsible. As a public, I think we can look after ourselves for the most part. And when you look at Sooke Highway and you see all the broom on both sides, like if that isn't a fire hazard, and yet nobody's addressed that with highways, take the broom down. I mean, if there is a fire, or it could be started by the broom on the highway, somebody's car catches fire, the broom catches fire, and off we go. You can't go down that road, the only road in and out. And things like even Lot A, no discussion on that. There's a lot of broom on there. There's quite a few things. The question I had too on page 17 was, what's an atmospheric hazard? I'm not sure what that means. Is that a solar radiation management or AKA geoengineering? What is that atmospheric hazard? I don't know. Earthquake, flooding, I understand. We all have that. Hazardous material release. What's with the human disease? What does that mean? I don't understand. Human disease and social disturbance. Those two kind of screamed out at me. What does that mean? Now the fire department or the EOC is going to look after human disease and social disturbance. Too many responsibilities there. Too many things being added in here. And the collaboration and the guiding principles, again, it says no single person or agency can manage. So why is the public not involved? Because the public is the one that we look after each other. We all know each other. We know who has the resources. We might know that somebody down the road has an excavator needed. And 96, when all those trees came down, it wasn't the fire department out there taking down those trees. It was the UNI people out there with their chainsaws taking down the trees that were on the road and blocking the road. So that's why I'm saying, why was the public not involved in this discussion? Because there's an awful lot of money to come from the taxpayers, which we have no more to give. But if the public was involved, we can volunteer. We all volunteer. Volunteer capital BC, supposedly. Okay.
Okay, maybe I'll take a stab of answering some of Ms. Lure's queries, but I'm not going to enter into a debate on this. So our population has doubled since 96. There is an active Sooke Emergency Support Service, which is volunteer run, which our speaker spoke to, that is out engaging with the public on a regular basis, as we heard through the community education piece. In terms of why we are discussing this, you may want to write to our MLA about it. This is provincial requirement. So we're doing what we have to do under provincial legislation. Highway 14, as you know, is provincial jurisdiction, so they can raise the matter of Broome. We've asked them many times to mitigate that. It would help to have members of the public also direct the concern there. In terms of evacuation, wildfire risk, those have all been determined under other planning documents of which we're chipping away at slowly over time. Public disease, similar to COVID-19, public demonstration could be if a group of individuals decided to sit down and shut down the highway. As we've heard of in approach to the ferry and approach to places around Victoria, Esquimalt, in other words. And in terms of stakeholders, they were all listed somewhere in this report. There's a long list of various external agencies like the Royal Canadian Marine Search and Rescue, SD 62, numerous ones listed here. And in terms of funding, this is a provincial grant that has been funding this work. And as I indicated in an earlier response, it's the ongoing advocacy to ensure sustainable funding so that we're not hitting the taxpayer on this other than our time here today amongst others. So I'll go to our next speaker. Thank you.
I'm Paula Johansson. Thank you to the council and to Al Beddoes, who is our trustee on the Vancouver Island Regional Library Board. Our public library is an essential service for emergency management, as we've seen during the Old Man Lake fire. It's a cooling center during heat waves and heat domes, and a warming center in winter, and a place where a lot of meetings happen. Library workers at Sooke's Public Library have been informed by Vancouver Island Regional Library Management that as of September, there will be layoffs. There will be changes to their hours of work, changes which go against their union contract. There will also be reductions to the hours Sooke's Public Library branch will be open. The library will close by 6 p.m. no later. I call on council and Al Beddoes as our trustee to represent Sooke's interests in our library branch and address these changes at their next library board meeting, June 7th.
Okay, thanks for letting us know about that. If you'd like to.
Thanks very much for that. I actually just got a notification today about the June 7th meeting, and I've taken some notes and I'll be asking some questions. So thank you for that. Okay, thank you.
Any other speakers on this particular item?
So first of all, I thought it was an
Can
excellent
you
report.
please introduce you?
I'm sorry, I'm
Direct your comments.
Yes,
to me.
okay,
Thank you.
great, sorry. So Veronica Pemberton Billing, I live in Sooke. So through your worship, I thought it was an excellent report. And I really appreciated all the work that the fireman person and the other gentleman, I'm not sure their names, but did. And I also really appreciated the questions from council because I checked off so many of my questions as you were doing that. So thank you for that. And I think I want to underscore what Mrs. Luer said, because I do think we can be creative in this as well. Her idea of pods and organizing that was one of the highlights from the firemen about was the volunteer committee, because I think in real emergencies, it is the neighborhoods. And I think we can do that as a Sooke initiative and as our own, and I think it would make a big difference. So I actually wanted to say, however, and I appreciate your worship, your comments truly on the grants and the uncertainty that provides. And I wanted to invite council to be a really strong stand that they operate on this only because it is provincially mandated. The province must pay for it. And if it doesn't, we rethink this. And I especially think in terms of hiring new people. It is unfortunate what's happening on the library. That's the first I heard of it. And libraries are the thing I think should always be funded. However, the federal government's having a hiring freeze and letting attrition reduce the size of the service. We're supposed to have a hiring freeze in BC. You know me, I've beat this drum many times. Our economy is poised on the edge of a cliff right now, and Sooke will not be exempt from the consequences of that. So I think we should plan the fulfillment of this in a way that there is no way that this will cost Sooke money, and the province is clear about this under their mandate, and that we do not hire people, because we must reduce the size of any government because it's taking up space in the overall economy. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Other speakers?
Tracy Clark from Sooke, tax-paying citizen of Sooke. And I appreciate the new format because many of my questions were addressed, I think, in the presentation, which was very good. And I just actually wanted to follow up from Councillor St. Pierre. The questions mine were very similar, that my understanding was reviewing this that Sooke does have an emergency response plan. So I was trying to figure out why, again, just looking at taxes and our increasing taxes every year, why another $15,000 was spent to create an emergency response plan for a program. And just looking at how we can, my understanding would be that we have a plan, it's been being followed, it's been updated and done so by, I'm assuming, the fire department, the district. And I couldn't really understand what value was added to the new planning. So I'm still not quite sure, but I just think it's really important that obviously we keep the documents. We have to keep the documents and processes up to date, but that we also really keep an eye on our dollars. They're becoming fewer and fewer and more precious. But I do appreciate the work that council and the staff are doing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll just answer that again, that yes, we have the plan that was adopted by council back in 2003. And then in 2023, the province replaced that plan with what is known as the Emergency and Disaster Management Act. And that is BC law that governs how emergency and disasters are managed within the province. And it replaced that, and then it was updated to address challenges, including climate-related disasters and new commitments and principles such as the UN Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction and Indigenous Engagement. And since then, that then outlaid the requirements down on local government. And I indicated last year that I spoke at a session regarding that and the impact that had back on local governments, as well as the related advocacy work that UBCM has been taking up. So I would encourage you, you could do a Google search under EDMA, EDMA, and you'll also see the UBCM responses to that. And then concerns you have as a local taxpayer should just be directed to the province, because the 15,000 you referenced did come through a grant. So again, it's our time here today as well as how that impacts other staff within our organization. But this is a requirement of provincial legislation. So we're doing our utmost because we have to be in compliance of this. It's also been an ask that our community has in sort of a reaction to any event that occurs, of which there is something of significance that happens every single year. So there is a service level that we have to direct back to, but we have been asking for funding, which we are in fact receiving. But in terms of why we're doing those things, if you do find that that is burdensome, I would take it up with our MLA, because like every other thing, we are a creature of the province and we're responding to what the province is legislatively forcing or requiring us to do. And so we hear you. And that all relates back to the ongoing advocacy that we have, which is a growing list as we sit here, and I'll leave it at that for now. Okay, we'll move on to our next item. Is that everyone in the audience? Okay, I'll invite you back briefly, Ms. Lures, and then we need to carry on.
I just wanted to know why this wasn't a draft plan, because if there's any changes, just because I see that you can recommend to endorse them at the plan, but it doesn't say that it's a draft. So is there, and why is that?
We're sitting in a committee of the whole, so this is where council is invited to receive any feedback, and then we can then make recommendations to our staff if we want to see something that's done. But we have also asked them to do something that brings us into compliance, and so they're putting forward their best fit for what we feel is our plan. And at this point, council can make any recommendation. They're putting this forward that the staff are asking us to endorse it, likely because they feel it's meeting everything that we need to do. This today is an opportunity for council to either not endorse it, and if not, to give feedback back to staff on what they want to see changed. Then this will flow to our next regular council meeting, because we are sitting as committee of the whole where we can adopt it in its final form.
Right. Was there any council involved in the planning for this?
Other than council giving input to staff through service planning or as items come up over the year, no, that's why we have staff to actually write the plans.
Right, and why do we pay for somebody to do the plan?
Well, that's why we get grants, so that we can bring people in to do this, because otherwise we'd be looking at a tax increase to fund it fully ourselves.
Well, still a tax increase, it's still taxpayer dollars, it's a grant, but
A grant is not taxpayer dollars of our
Well, it is.
property
well,
taxes.
it is, it's provincial tax.
So I'm not
Yeah,
going to get
yeah.
into the semantics. We receive money from the province to do this work. And
Right.
then in addition to everything else that our staff is doing, including leading the EOC of volunteers and doing all the community work, they can't work 24/7 hours a day. So
Right,
we bring in consultants with the expertise to do it in a timely fashion.
right, okay, thank you.
Okay, so thank you. We'll look for a motion here then, and that is that the committee of the whole recommend that council endorse the Sooke Emergency Management Plan 2025 to 27 as a guiding framework for the district's of Sooke Emergency Management Program, moved by Councillor Bateman. Would you like to speak to the motion in the microphone?
Well, yeah, I'm very impressed by this document. Thank you, Mr. Bennett and Jim Lamott. It is a dramatic evolution on from the 2013 Emergency Response and Business Continuity Plan, which is a 28-page document. This council was involved, incidentally, in the hiring of Sooke's first emergency planning coordinator. Did I get your title right there, Mr. Bennett? Emergency Program Manager in 2023. And so this is a new world. This is a much more sophisticated approach in a community of 16,000 versus 17,000 versus the community of 11,000 at the time this plan was developed, and a much greater understanding of climate impacts. And while, you know, the CRD has its four main issues here for our South Island, wildfires, climate, weather conditions, tsunamis, and what was the fourth? Earthquake, very critically. But this is an all hazards document designed to create a system whereby the district can respond to any number of those incidents. And I think as you look through this document, you'll see the final work plan for the emergency program manager over the next 3 years. It's a very fine document. Thank you.
Councillor Beddoes.
Yeah, I too will support this motion. I think it is a very fine document. I did notice that it was mentioned that the previous plans have been reviewed in 2023 and they found that they were lacking and had to bring it up to today's standards. I think this document, as it goes along, it certainly can be modified on a yearly basis, which it will be done. The other thing I'm hoping that the with this plan and our fire department and looking at it, that we do look into the pod system for the community. I thought it was a very good plan when it was originally put in place. And so that CSS can look after that. But the pods did do, as Mrs. Lewis said, the local, I know on my street, I know everybody on my street. I know who has a backhoe. I know who has a chainsaw and who's a nurse. So if we're isolated on our street, that pod can do a great job of looking after each other. So I think that's something to look at in the future, but I think we've got to start somewhere. We started in the past at 2003 and then 2023, and now we have their most recent document. And I think, I don't even have my thing on, do I? Oh, I do. Yeah, sorry. But I think we're going in the right direction. And if it's not perfect now, in a couple of years, it will be as best we can with the circumstances. So thanks for all that work that's gone into it. and it's a very necessary document. And we're living in a more troubled time than I've ever seen in my lifetime, and I think we need this. So I'm very happy to progress with this.
Thank you, Councillor Beddoes. I'll share that through the ESS. They are always looking to establish that pod system. And I would say that probably not maybe there's some that are formal, but there's a lot of informal systems that are currently in play. And you certainly see that even when it snows and people are stuck. You see neighbors come out and help one another. Or as we did when the cyclone bomb hit us last year, there was a lot of mobilization on the ground. So I think there's an informal yet a formal system existing, but you also need volunteers to sign up and register and participate, which takes time. I'm just asking, does anyone, before I go to Councillor St. Pierre, I really need a charging device. I have the right cables and the wrong blocks, if anyone has one. I'm trying to charge my iPad and I have
Same as mine.
I have the wrong cable and I have the right cable, but I have the wrong block. It's driving me nuts. Nope. This one might work though. Perfect. Thank you, Councillor St. Pierre, and I'll go to Councillor St. Pierre. Remind me to return this to you.
I just wanted to comment on some of the concerns that have been put forward by the public. I see the plan as actually very specifically talking about working with the community, working with all of society. So I think the plan is really about, I think probably supporting and enhancing the pod system, looking at what's worked in the past within the community and actually enhancing that. So I don't think there needs to be any concerns on that. I think that also we're all aware of how little money there is. I think the province is making it clear there's not going to be a lot to come. So we need to be as careful as possible with that money. And that means that we need to work with the community. We need to actually make best use of all of the resources. That also means, by the way, having solid plans that identify low-hanging fruit where we can actually get the best return for our investment. Unfortunately, simply leaving that to see what happens when there's an emergency and see if everybody gathers together to provide the right response is risky. We're looking at people losing homes. We're looking at people losing lives. We need to have a good coordinated response with a good plan. And I do appreciate what's happening here. I also appreciate, strangely enough, that the province is forcing us to actually have iterative plans by demanding these plans on a regular basis. We can no longer have plans that sit on a shelf and they'll get changed for 5 to 10 years. Now these plans need to be updated and looked at on a yearly basis or every 2 to 3 years. That includes the OCP, that includes this. So there's going to be opportunities to basically make sure that whatever's not working is fixed. And obviously that'll come with input from the public. And I do support the plan. Thank you.
Councillor Pearson?
Yes. What I like about this is it's a plan. And in the absence of a plan, you'll probably end up going somewhere else. So this is the recommendation from staff is as this is a guiding framework. We've heard from the public. I really like some of the ideas. The pod system, I think we live by that in Sooke anyways, but I really do think that a plan should be in place for emergencies. I think now we're up to about 4 or 5 in my lifetime here in Sooke, and each one we respond by volunteers and good things happen. But as we grow as a community, we need to be more responsive and we need to be ready for the unpredictable. If you think you're a stick and you jump into the river and you're hoping to get to the ocean, you might get to the ocean or you might get caught in a log jam. And without a plan, you'll be in the log jam. So I'll be supporting this. Sorry for the editorial.
Councillor Bateman, you spoke as the mover?
I did.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So just finally, I'll just add my support to this work. Thank you, staff. It's a tremendous first start here. And I agree with what members of council had said. As we all know, Scouts and Girl Guides, one of their mottos is to be prepared. So we can learn from the young people in our community about how the approach is for our community as a whole. I hear the part around the risk assessment as a growing community that's going to continue to change. So I can see, and the events are becoming quite significant. And as someone who's been the spokesperson when these events occur, it's been a challenging 10 years. And it's understanding that impact, but I'm always grateful that there is an element of preparedness on the ground already. A plan that's dated on a shelf that doesn't meet the reality of modernizing is not going to serve us well. It's similar to the approach we're taking with rescuing off of cranes. Now we have cranes in our community that are building high density building. That's going to change the approach that was taken then when everything was just a single family unit. As we introduce more commercial, there's another change there. And as we increase visitation from tourism, that's another piece. So I really like to acknowledge the work that's been done here and recognize the work is ongoing. The other piece through the Capital Regional District and with all local governments preparing this plan is the synergy. So what that means is that if there's an event here, it also means our staff can access another local government and join the EOC from that particular location, because we might lose technology here, Wi-Fi, cell signal and the like. And knowing our staff can walk into any local government and continue doing the work to support our staff, even from a distance, is tremendous. And that's why everyone is trained in a certain way. And even local elected officials receive our training, which is mostly to stay out of the way, but to work, because the moment we show up at an EOC, we are taking resources away from the event because they are responding to us and not responding to the threat in the community on the ground. So that's sort of the first element we receive in training, as well as engaging with local media. So really like to acknowledge the work here. And then in terms of the letter that was delivered to all of council earlier, it's anonymously signed, although it's the District of Sooke Council of Concerned Citizens. A lot of the answers were covered, or questions were covered here in terms of your concern, like I said, right to the province about them. But also this is ongoing service level work and feedback we receive at the markets. It's something that comes up every time I'm at the market, where residents are reflecting on some form of recent event that has occurred in the community and they want to be prepared. A lot of our students are receiving this training at the school directly, and they're bringing that message home, but home is different for everyone. And that message may not go far in a household, depending on the dynamics around the house. But otherwise, I'm in full support of this and all the work you're doing. I look forward to, and the part that I did see was weak was the rebuilding effort. And that we haven't perhaps been impacted on, which is a good thing, but there may be a time where we have to look at rebuilding our town like many other communities have, that have been when they've been hit by disaster, and that's all part of this as well. But not to alarm anyone, but it is reality that we face all the time, especially now as we potentially see what kind of summer we're gonna have. Seems kind of cold today, but that can change very quickly. Okay, so I'll call the question. All those in favor of this? That's unanimous. So for council's information, this will go to the consent agenda to be adopted by consent unless it's withdrawn by a member of council at the next regular meeting. So the next one is the permissive tax exemption policy revision, though I see it's 2:30, so maybe we should recess for a restroom. So how about a 7-minute break before we get into this? 2:28 right now. We'll reconvene at 2:35. So what? Okay, everyone, if I could ask you to take your seats, please. Thank you, everyone. If you could please take your seats. Okay, if folks could please stop talking after you've taken your seats, that would be great. Okay, we're going to move into our next section of the agenda. Well, I'm sorry, I can't chair a meeting if everyone's talking at the same time. So we will move into our next item of discussion here, which is our permissive tax exemption policy review. So it's another big item, and thank you for the work. I'll turn it over to our finance director, please.
Thank you. Through your worship to council and members of the public, we're here today to present the permissive tax exemption policy review with research findings and resulting recommendations. It's a long report. I have included some data in the appendix. I'm going to use PTE for permissive tax exemption and BMR for below market rental housing today to shorten the terms and save some time. Last December, council requested staff to review PTE policy options that includes criteria for housing and bring forward a new policy. Some residents raised their concerns over a substantive amount of exemptions granted to BMR housing and shift tax burden to non-exempt property owners. We didn't have any policy criteria to evaluate applications against. Staff have conducted a jurisdiction review on 16 municipalities in BC and compared Sooke's current situation to others and come up with a new policy proposal. In the new policy, we recommend implementing an annual cap on the total PTE granted in the district and a cap on individual properties' PTE value, reduce or eliminate the PTE on BMR housing, and change the application deadline. I'm going to explain the reasons behind these recommendations. To provide some background information, under Section 220 of the Community Charter, it outlines statutory property tax exemptions for certain types of properties, such as hospitals, schools, places of public worship. These are automatically applied to the property taxation roll by BC Assessment with an exempt tax code attached to the property address. The district is empowered under Section 224 of the Community Charter to provide PTE to not-for-profit organizations that provide services that council considers compatible or complementary to those offered by the district. PTE is at the discretion of council and there is no obligations to give exemptions. For example, a church hall is under a statutory exemption. Church parking lots or adjacent land is subject to PTE. The PTE properties still need municipal services such as fire and police protections. Residents on these properties need transportation, municipal administration, parks and recreation services, just like everybody else in the community. When the exempt properties don't pay taxes, the tax burden is shifted to other property owners. To illustrate a simple example, in graph 1, if a municipality levied 60,000 property tax and had 5 taxpayers, then each taxpayer would pay 12,000. If 2 are granted PTE in graph 2, then the tax levied on each remaining 3 non-exempt taxpayers will increase to 20,000. The district is not short any funding, it's simply different property owners will pay. The definitions of different housing types used in the new policy and this presentation come from Sooke's Housing Needs Report 2019. According to the report, non-market housing includes various types of housing. These 3 types on the slide are the ones that have exemption status in Sooke, each defined as follows. Below market rental, BMR, means housing with rents equal to or lower than average rates in private rental housing market. Examples are the 3 properties located at 2120 Church Road, 2170 Charters, and 2075 Drennan. Sooke's Hope Center, I just learned now it's called the Hummingbird Place. is classified as supportive housing. Assisted living includes properties with meals, housekeeping services, and daily living support. Examples are Air Manor and the Sooke Hospice Society, which receives 100% PTE each year. The Sooke Hospice currently PTE value is around 5,900, and Air Manor's PTE is around 19,000. Prior to 2023, the district only had one BMR housing property with PTE status. That's the one located at 2120 Church Road. In 2024, 2170 Charters Road property was added to the PTE bylaw, and in 2025, the buildings located at Drennan were granted a PTE status as well. So by adding the two properties in 24 and 25 to the PTE list, we can see from the chart that the district's total PTE trending line has a surge. From 2019 to 2023, before the two properties at Charters and Drennan were granted exemptions, the PTE value was at a stable level without any significant increases from year to year. So these three BMR properties account for 270,000 in PTE value, which is 38% of the district's total PTE of 621,000. We use the property tax exemption to property tax ratio, which compares a municipality's PTE to its tax levy to measure the portion of the tax being exempt. This ratio in the district is increased from 1.49% in 23 to 2.02% in 2025. When this ratio is above 2%, it's alarming by comparing to other municipalities. And here is why. So as part of the jurisdiction review process, we have calculated the percentage of PTE relative to tax levy ratio for 16 municipalities. These municipalities in BC are sampled based on their geographic area, the size of their tax base, and some municipalities were mentioned by Council last December. By using the stats published in the most recent annual report, this ratio ranges from 0.25% to 2.57% among these 16 municipalities. So by comparison, the District of Sooke's ratio, as highlighted in red on the chart, is at 2.02%, which is the second highest next to Terrace. We are at the higher end of the spectrum, which means we give more exemptions than average. This is the reason that staff recommends implementing an annual PTE cap for the district's overall exemptions. The cap will limit the maximum amount of tax burden that can be shifted from PTE properties to non-exempt property annually. So by comparison, as highlighted in yellow on the chart, Oka Bay's ratio is at 0.25%, the lowest one. Victoria is known for its needs to provide non-market housing. However, their ratio is 1.34, way below Sooke's and other municipalities on the island. Terrace is the highest among the 16 munis being sampled. And let's dig in and look into some details. In June 2024, the City of Terrace's council has approved drastic measures to cut back on PTEs under a 4-year phase-in policy. Starting in 2025 and until 2028, nonprofit groups and places of public worship with a current PTE status will gradually pay 35% of the taxable value of property they own. Terrace's PTE funding cap is $646,000 in 2025 and phased down to $466,000 in 2028. I did a calculation based on the data published in Terrace's 2023 annual report. The church group in Terrace will be required to pay just over $8,000 in municipal taxes. So here's a piece of news about Oka Bay's council decision. on PTE. A low-income independent senior housing apartment called the Kildonan House applied for property tax exemption in 2020, and Oak Bay Council denied the application. The Oak Bay mayor said, "We don't have any property tax exemptions for anything outside the ones that are provincially mandated or on municipal property. It's not that this application is the wrong thing to do, it's just a complete change in policy, and there's no appetite to changing the policy on the fly." I have reached out to Victoria about their PTE policy. Victoria capped its permissive property tax exemptions at 1.6% and phased out exemptions for some legacy properties. One of Victoria's PTE requirements is that the property needs to have staff on site 24/7 so that they are truly supportive. They do not provide exemptions to affordable housing properties. Affordable housing in Victoria is equivalent to Sooke's BMR, below market rental. There was a time-limited opportunity that was implemented in 2010 to spur the construction of affordable housing. Those were the only ones got PTE for a 10-year period and now expired. Victoria's PTE policy does not have another category for affordable housing, so that is why they do not provide it. Victoria Council has considered this many, many times and have chosen to continue to exclude affordable housing properties. The main reason is because Victoria has so many of those. This is from their staff's email communication with me. So Victoria's practice is very common among other municipalities. Nanaimo and Terrace grant PTE to supportive housing with 24/7 service on site, and they don't permit PTE to affordable housing. However, Saanich and Lanford both recently adopt policies that allow PTEs for affordable housing. It's truly at council's discretion with regards to PTE policy within the municipality. Next, we are going to talk about the province's mechanisms for tax relief on housing. According to BC assessment, non-market housing generally falls under two main property classes, Class 1 residential and Class 3 supportive housing. In BC, Class 1 residential property is generally assessed as full market value for taxation purposes. However, there are exceptions, particularly for properties with a registered covenant on title, restricting property use and requiring it to be rented for a minimum period of time, for example, 40 years. According to BC assessment, the assessed value of Class 1 residential could be reduced by up to 70%, reflecting the restrictions on title, but not to a nominal amount as Class 3 supportive housing. Supportive housing is assessed at $2. So here is a real example of Sooke's Hope Center, which is Class 3 supportive housing. The assessed value is $1 for land and $1 for improvements at a total of $2. Class 3 supportive housing does not need PTE, and this is how it's regulated by the province. Class 3 supportive housing is designated by BC Provincial Cabinet each year by October 31st. Eligible supportive housing property is funded by the provincial government or health authority. It's defined in Section 19 of the Assessment Act. The three BMR housing properties in Sooke fall under Class 1 residential. A real example of Class 1 residential tax relief provided by the province is happened on the property located at 275 Drennan. So in October 2024, when we prepared public notice for PTE, the property at Drennan was assessed at $45 million. When staff reviewed the same property this spring, the assessed value has decreased to $10 million. which is almost a quarter of the original assessed value. As a result, the PTE value has decreased from 216,000 to 52,000, a total reduction of 76%. BC Assessment has provided a response regarding the assessed value reduction. Last year in 24, the building was only at 75 complete, and BC Assessment didn't apply any affordable housing adjustments until the building is complete and occupied. For the new folio in 2025, that adjustment has been applied. As the buildings are now complete and occupied, the restrictions adjustment is minus 70%. That would be the reasoning behind the significant value change between 24 and 25. The tax relief at 70% plus market change at 6%, the total reduction is at 76%. To summarize, the province provides a 70% tax relief to eligible BMR housing properties if there is a covenant on property, operating agreement in place, and the property passes certain inspections. The district's council has discretion over the remaining 30% of the tax levy. So in this case, we have approved PTE and exempt 52,000 in property tax for these two buildings at Drennan. So even we did levy tax on the property, we would only receive 52,000 because the other 70% at 164,000 property tax was removed by the province. So this case tells us the province has a process in place to identify eligible housing properties for property tax relief. BC Assessment has trained assessors to apply the rules consistently across the province. These inspections and assessments are outside the scope of a municipality's operations. Because property tax is a value-based tax, when the assessed value is reduced through BC Assessment's roll reports, the municipalities then use them to calculate property taxes. As a result, the eligible properties will receive a reduced tax levy. This process is beyond the district's authority and expertise. So in addition, staff have looked into the funding sources and revenue streams on BMR housing operators by analyzing their financial statements. They have subsidies, forgiven loans, donations, and long-term rental income. It's difficult to assess BMR owner-operators' financial needs, knowing that they have so many sources of income. So we're getting to the last part of this presentation, which is the proposed major policy change. After conducting the jurisdiction review and situational analysis, we'd like to recommend the following policy changes. I have talked about why we need to implement a cap of 1.7% on the district's overall PTE and the cap on individual properties PTE. This slide shows where the 1.7% comes from. So during 2019 to 2023, before the two BMT properties at Charters and Drennan were granted exemption status, and prior to the residents' complaints about PTE situation, the permissive tax exemption to tax levy ratio average was at 1.66%. And the median, which represents the midpoint of a frequency distribution value, is the same at 1.66%. So the average is 1.6 and the middle score is still 1.66%. So 1.7 is just rounded up from 1.66%, represents the 5-year mainstream average from 2019 to 2023. So in other words, the cap is taken from the years when the PTEs were at a more normalized state in Sooke. So this cap falls in line with other municipalities' numbers. Victoria has PTE cap at 1.6%. North Cochin and Corny both have a 2% cap. So with a cap in place, council can limit the total of PTE granted and limit the amount tax burden shifted to non-exempt taxpayers. I would like to bring this slide back to explain that this is the reason that staff recommends implementing a cap on individual property. As advertised in the newspaper on the slide above, our council intended to allow a PTE at 216,000 for one property. The high amount of PTE value triggered some public concerns. Although this exemption value has decreased due to the province's tax relief measurement, however, there's a risk for individual property shifting an extremely high tax burden to other property owners. We need to have a measurement in place to prevent this from happening. I will talk about how to calculate the cap later on. No PTE granted to BMR housing is an option in the new policy for the following reasons. As we talk about in this presentation, currently, the large amount of exemption value granted in the district to BMR housing is at 237,000, exceeds 38% of the total PTE in Sooke. Other taxpayers have to pay for the municipal services that are required by the residents live on these properties. And this is consistent with many municipalities' practices who don't grant PTE to BMR or affordable housing properties. Examples are Victoria, Nanaimo, and Terrace. And Sooke's residents have raised their concerns about bearing the tax burden. Tax relief to BMR housing is within the provincial government's authority and process. It's outside municipal staff's expertise. According to Sooke's housing needs report, below market rental means housing with rents equal to or lower than average rates in private rental housing market. Municipal staff don't have the expertise to assess whether a property's rent is below a constantly changing market rate. It's difficult to compare apples to apples. In addition, BMR housing operators have multiple funding sources. They have steady long-term rental income, which other not-for-profit organizations don't have. If council prefers to grant partial PTE on BMR housing, we can calculate based on the total cap determined for the district. Like, for example, if the annual total cap is 540,000, 30 properties being considered, then each property is granted no greater than 18,000 in PTE value. We could use the same calculation to implement a cap on any individual property as well. Staff also recommend granting 100% PTE to shelter, supportive housing, and assisted living. These properties have been granted for years, has been granted exemption for years, and this is consistent with other municipalities. This is consistent with other municipalities' practice, our current practice, and BC assessments practice. In the policy proposed, these properties are requested to provide the above-mentioned service on a year-round basis. If these properties receive funding for property tax, they must pay for property tax. So another policy change recommendation is the application deadline. Each year, applications for PTE in the district were brought forward to council around September, and the PTE bylaw needs 3 readings and adoption by council. Then staff provide the property list with the exemption information to BC assessment prior to the October 31st deadline. The old application deadline, August 31st, is very tight. And staff recommends changing the application deadline to June 15th. We had an internal discussion around setting the deadline either on June 15th or June 30th. because every year, July 2nd is the property tax due date. So June 30th is a busy time for tax collection. So therefore, we recommend June 15th as the new PTE application deadline. So to conclude my presentation, I would like to bring back this slide. Terrace has taken actions to lower their PTE value. So if Sooke doesn't do anything, Sooke's PTE to tax levy ratio is going to be ahead of everybody else among the 16 municipalities. Affordable housing is an issue nationwide. It's vested with the province to assess, inspect, and regulate. Sooke is very generous with regards to below market rental housing. Other municipalities could do more with more, and Sooke is doing more with less. We would love to approve all permissive tax exemption applications. However, with a limited tax base, it's a difficult decision for council to make. With regards to the next step, ideally, it would be helpful if we could have a new PTE policy in place before the new application deadline, June 15th. So thank you for listening, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation and the report. It's a lot of work that went into this file, and we appreciate all of your work in getting this to us today. Okay, so questions. I see Councillor Pearson, then St. Pierre. Go ahead.
Thank you for the presentation, and I think we've been waiting for this for some time, so it's here for fruition. So I have a question. Victoria's staying at 1 point, I can't remember what it was, 1.6?
1.34% actual, and their cap is 1.6%.
1.6.
Yeah.
Okay, so does the variance in role, like we have the commercial versus residential tax, does that affect that percentage? If we had more commercial base taxes, would we
Yeah.
be seeing?
Yes.
Okay.
To answer your question, Councillor Pearson, if we have a wider tax base, that ratio will be smaller.
Right.
Yeah, because just if the PTE stays unchanged, remains unchanged, if the tax base is bigger, then that ratio will be lower.
Right, okay, which leads me to, we need to get more commercial taxes. Now, you mentioned something about conditions being met in Victoria. Is that through 219 covenant or something like that? They have, how would you enforce that? Because we had a presentation earlier today, as you know, and I'm just wondering if conditions were met around staffing, how would the district go about implementing that?
If I understand you correctly, you're talking about the supportive housing to get
yeah.
$2 assessment.
Right.
Have to be regulated by the province, and the cabinet has to approve by the end of October each year.
Okay, but
Yeah.
what about if we wanted to apply a condition to BMR? If we said, and I could think about staffing as one of those things in BMR, would that, how would we execute that?
We could ask for the operators to report in their application. Do you have 24/7 staff on site? What kind of service you provide? But it's hard to enforce. Like, unless you send the bylaw officer to their building inspected, otherwise who would know?
Well, I'm just thinking about some of their metrics, if they could reduce some of their metrics that we had earlier, then maybe the PMR, they could receive a tax exemption. I'm just kind of thinking outside the box. I'm just trying to ask a question. Would that be through a 219 covenant? But maybe not. Maybe it's a different discussion.
It's currently.
Through the chair.
Yeah, sure.
Through the chair to a CAO potentially.
Through your worship to Councillor Pearson. Yeah, I know for other properties, there is covenants. It's the 219 covenant that restricts certain things. So I would envision it would be the same thing, but to Ms. Lou's point, I think the enforcement of that would be a challenge, I think, for the district to enforce that covenant.
I'm just looking to maybe if some other metrics got improved, perhaps that would reflect in a PTE. Thank you.
Counselor St. Pierre.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm curious about the 1.7 cap. If we were to move forward with a 1.7 cap, which seems possible at least, would we reach that 1.7 cap simply by following through the other recommendations, which is to say removing the tax exempt to BT for the BMRs? Would that automatically happen, or would that happen over time as the tax base increased, as Councillor Pearson was alluding to?
Thank you for your question, Councillor St. Pierre. Let me explain the cap. So the assumption is if we don't allow any below market rental housing, the actual ratio will be about 1.4% because the building at Church Road has been on PTE bylaw for years, for a decade probably.
Mhm.
So if we take that building out, the other exempt properties only account for 1.4%. So 1.7% leave some room for new applications or whatever. However, our tax base increases every year. So you use that ratio, 1.7% means the PTE cap increases every year accordingly.
Okay, so then I sort of thought that would be the case, based on the various numbers we're floating around, but we wouldn't have to, as soon as this policy was put in place, we would essentially reach our target of the 1.7. So that's good. My other question had to do with your jurisdictional review, because you mentioned something that intrigued me. And that was that the church building itself, where people were congregating, was definitely enshrined in legislation as being a PTE, but that the parking lot was not. And that made me think that in terms of the PTE is really about providing a tax exemption for when someone is providing a community support through their land use. So for example, is there a case where a local government has actually started taxing a church's parking lot? And what does that look like? So does your jurisdictional review, I'm curious because I can see a weird sort of situation where maybe an assisted housing development gets a huge parking lot and what they're really doing is land speculation. So I'm just curious, what does that, how does that play out?
I actually read something during my research. Some municipalities limit the square footage of the parking lot. Yeah, they say only, certain square footage, no more, because some parking lot gets too big. Yeah, that's one way to do it.
Okay, thank you. It just seemed odd and interesting. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's been a topic of discussion over the years for different reasons. And sometimes it comes up, but I have heard of that and I was just looking to see if I could figure out where it was. Where it's exactly that, start measuring the parking lot. Or in some, and I'll share openly, like some conversations that I've had with other elected peers is more like, is there a benefit to the community? So we'll say in our community I think there was a biker blessing recently at the Knox Presbyterian, or the parking lots or the grounds are used for other ways. So like the Sooke Baptist Church grows food for the community, or there's overflow when there's community events allowed in some parking lots. And so they are sharing the land, or at least providing in other ways, the places to be booked and used when it's not being used by parishioners for other intents, to be like, okay, here or down, if a business is busy, they can overflow into the church parking lot. And so there's a synergy around neighborhoods where it's being used in that way. And then others is just completely gated. So what is the benefit to the community, and how do we spark those conversations? But I was just Googling to see if I can see where it was, but I didn't see something here other than a federal government discussion about removing it completely away, which is beyond us, but I don't know where that sits now, given there's an election that happened. Councillor Beddoes.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I don't really have a question per se, but I just wanted to thank staff for this very complete report. Very, very easy to understand. shocking to me that the province is, already giving a subsidy by locking their land values down by 70%. And then we can probably save $55,000 or whatever it is. That tells us that we have to advocate even more with the province. And I don't want to keep getting into beating the province up, but they put this onto our community. These buildings are attracting some different types of elements that is causing our police costs to rise, and we have to be fair to the rest of the taxpayers and try and recover some of that. So thank you for that very comprehensive report. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Bateman?
Yeah, also, thank you. I have a couple of questions. So we're talking here about 3 below market rental housing properties in Sooke. And in your report, you note that if we did remove exemptions, this would save the average taxpayer with the assessed value of $767,000 on their home, approximately $28 per year, of which $13 is the municipal portion. So good to get that out in the air. I'm curious about this 1.7 cap. So that would be applied equally to the 30 properties in Sooke that are currently exempted. That'd be equally, or is that at our discretion?
To answer your question through the chair, that's the total. Like everybody's PTE added up, the total not exceed the 1.7% of the tax liability.
So you say in the current scenario, then $18,020 would be the cap. Now I note in looking, this would have impacts for the Juan de Fuca Salmon Restoration Society, the Sooke Community Association, Camp Thunderbird, Sooke Region Historical Society, and the Sooke Thrift Store, all of
Yes.
which have greater amounts than 18,000.
Yes.
So they'd have to make up the difference then?
To answer your question, Councillor Bateman, the intent of the policy is at council's discretion. So the intent of the policy is council, you have discretion to decide what to do. Actually, the cap could be only applied to below market rental houses if you still want to grant a partial exemption. But if those housing properties are removed and we don't feel like we have the constraint anymore, we're okay with the total PTE, then we can give everybody the amount they apply for. Yeah, but if you want to implement the cap on individual property, that's one way to do it. Just look at the average. But you have the right not to do it at all.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, mind scrambling. It's great work. Thank you for such a good presentation. And yeah, I'm still scrambled, but there we go. Thank you.
So just in regards to the timeline, so we mentioned an application deadline of June the 15th. So that would be of next year?
To answer your question, Mayor Tate, that's a great question. We're going to give some extension this year, giving the time frame. We're going to email everybody saying, going forward next year, please follow the June 15th deadline. However, this year we can do August. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just wondering like how many groups are aware that we're having this discussion? So so obviously if the deadline is August, then this year it's status quo where they're not paying any taxes, but then it would kick in for next year then. So then this would enable some groups to, if they wish, would have timing then to discuss with the province. Because in the end, all we get is the assessed tax roll and then we tax based on that. So then that allows for some, like we saw with some that changed, to be able to pursue that route. And then next year is when they would apply to us and then we would deliberate then openly. If the cutoff was June, would it be in the summertime then, like July council meeting?
To answer your question, Mayor Tate, the PTE always decided in the preceding year. So for example, 2025 PTE was already decided last year.
Right,
So,
okay.
yeah, so right now, if we take any applications, it's for 2026.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. So then we would leave it as August of this year. Because this year, are they not all, isn't everything up?
Correct, your worship. That's what I was going to just clarify with council. The current permissive tax bylaw expires in 2025. So regardless, to your point about does everyone know about our new policy? I'm not sure if they're aware about a potential new policy, but they all should be aware that their current permissive tax expires in 2025. So they would be required under any policy to reapply by August of this year. And then going forward on an annual basis, anyone who's been approved by council before October 31st for this year, for 2026, I presume it'll be another 5-year term that staff would recommend in the bylaw. But then every year, any new applicants can come on. So that it would be a way smaller group on an annual basis of anybody new. And then the existing exemptions granted are just required to do an annual report to the district staff, just confirming nothing's changed that would affect their permissive tax exemption status. So hopefully that clarifies a couple pieces.
Yeah, no, that helps because I was just looking at timing. And yeah, no, that makes sense. So it'll be notification will go out, maybe a copy of the new policy, should it pass? And then groups would have the opportunity then to apply by August. We'll then probably deliberate sometime in the fall. So then that'll inform the budget for next year. Okay. Okay, thank you. Councillor St. Pierre, then Pearson, and then we'll go to the public.
Okay, I'm curious about the, I had a misunderstanding, I think, and so now I want to just clarify through your worship. My understanding, at least at this point, was that what we're looking at was a cap at 1.7%, removing the BMRs entirely. I was not expecting us to be looking at the hatchery or anything else in terms of specifically reducing their PTEs at this point in time. That didn't seem to be part of what we were discussing at all. Is that correct?
Yes, it's correct. Yeah.
Good,
Yeah. Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Make
just
sure
want-
everybody understands.
The,
Just because there was a little bit of confusion in what was discussed just now, and I wanted to make sure that was crystal clear.
to answer your questions through the mayor to council, actually the part, like we talk about the cap on individual property, it's a very flexible language in the policy. It's at council's direction. You don't have to do it. However, it's there. If you need it, it's in the policy, but you don't have to do it.
Right, and I
Yeah.
believe you had a formula, 18%, or you had a formula for determining what could be an appropriate amount if we wanted to provide a partial exemption
Yes.
to a large number of properties,
Yeah.
or to come up with a policy that would be an umbrella policy, providing still good exemptions, but not total exemptions. But that's a conversation, as I understand it, for another day.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes. Just in case there's some new developers, new projects, somebody's thinking about this on their mind, we have some language in the policy.
Perfect.
But you don't have to do it.
No, that's good. Thank you.
Okay, because in the end, it's still at council's discretion, but I think where it just gets a bit unclear, to your point, was because all the other ones are expiring and will be coming to council. And then we also are then looking at our third item on a report where we're talking about a policy framework. There's been some discussion that if you receive a tax exemption, then you shouldn't be applying for a grant at the same time. So that's where it gets muddy, but then that'll be the third item we're discussing. So I'll go to Councillor Pearson and then I'll see if there's members of the public that would like to comment.
Through the chair to Director of Finance, the question that we talked about this in the past, is there a breakout like for 2075 Drennan as an example, because there's market rent in there as well? In your new policy, have you accounted for different rates for different parts of the building? Because we're talking specifically about BMR, below market rent, but there's also a portion of those buildings that's actually at market rent, right?
Oh, to answer your question, through the mayor to council, the policy and the report is written by the class 1 residential, class 3 supportive. That whole building is class 1.
Okay.
I understand they have shelter rate units and other kind of
Well-
units. Those things have to go through the province. We don't have the expertise to make
To break it
assessment.
down. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay, I'd like to see if there's members of the public that would like to comment on this particular item, please. if you could please come forward and turn on the microphone and introduce yourself, that would be great. Thank you.
My name's Norman Miro. I'm a resident here in Sooke. I was one of those concerned citizens that brought this up in December when I saw the below market housing and what they ended up having to pay into the Sooke taxpayers pot. And so through you and to the individuals that did the work on this, it was exceptional. I was glad to see it done. As a taxpayer, I'm glad to see that we're having a cap on what we have to provide. I was hoping that your recommendation in the end will be that below market housing receives zero PTE simply because they're already getting a massive break by the province. As you know, the taxpayers of Sooke are getting burdened by the downloading. You're all aware of it, where our fire department is taking over a lot of the work that the ambulance system is underfunded. This is another example of where taxpayers of Sooke should be provided a more reasonable amount of what than the 70% deduction that they're getting from the province. If the province wants to reimburse those below market property owners, then they should do that. They should give them a grant to give to Sooke on behalf of their own, of their portion. Because as Councillor Pearson said, if 10% of their property is subsidized housing and they're getting a 70% tax break on the whole $36 million package, because they only have one condition that it's class one, it makes it again that through provincial legislation, we are losing as taxpayers of Sooke $200,000 a year. If they want, the province wants to provide that, that's up to the province, but big ask on our part. So that was our main point. The other thing that I was going to suggest is in the configuration, and it's at the Sooke's discretion. You were talking about, for example, if there's 30 organizations, there's a percentage. Is it in Sooke's benefit to also have a bit of a scale rather than it's 100%? So certain organizations that's well supported by the community would receive 100, others would receive like 50. The way I understood the math was more that, as we said before, of the group, the max per person would be 1/30th if there was 30 units, so $18,000. Some may need more, some may need less. So that would be the only suggestion I would put forward, that would give you the discretion to say to certain groups, Sooke Salmon Enhancement Society or whatever the group is, that they would get 100% and somebody else could only get that 25-50% as deemed. It's only a smaller group to have to consider every 5 years, but at least it would give you the council that authority to have some input on it. As I understand as it is now, each would be a maximum of 1/30th if there's 30 applicants. And that may be a benefit to some and shortchange some others that really do need that assistance. But I'm very pleased. Hope this is considered. I hope that as other municipalities have done, below market housing is not going to be considered a cost to the taxpayer if the province is looking after that housing, or have it scaled, as somebody suggested, that if 10% of the building is below market housing, then maybe 10% could be considered. But as it is, that's not our ability, I guess. The province has a class on that. It's 100%. But it would give you another argument, I guess, in the future to the province that, hey, you're burdening us with this, benefiting our community to some extent, but proportionately, when you write them off by 70%, that's a couple $100,000 of taxpayers' money on those units. Anyway, thank you for that.
Thank you very much for your comments. Was there any other speakers on this item?
Hi, I'm Debbie from Sooke, and I just want to echo exactly everything that he just said. Everything that he just said.
Thank you for that. Okay, thank you, Debbie from Sooke. Yes, to Councillor Beddoes, yep.
This, when these come to us for tax exemptions, all these other ones, and it's at our discretion. Do we also have the discretion of saying 50% or 25%? So, okay, that's how I thought, but I just wanted to clarify it. There's something came up that just made me think about that. Thank you.
For clarity, through the chair to Councillor Beddoes, the language is the individual cap is based on the average. I didn't say you use the average. You can say half of the average, twice as average, 3 times the average. That's all up to you. Because in compliance with the provincial legislation, this is at council's discretion. You have every right to decide what to do and what not to do.
Okay, Councillor St. Pierre.
This one's way out in left field, but now I just have to ask.
Uh-oh.
I'm sorry. Do we have the right to raise taxes unlimited on one single property? Where does this discretion end?
Well, you can't
no.
raise an unlimited amount. It would be then they would have their assessed value, and what we're doing is taking away the tax hit. So if we say no, you need to pay 100%, then it would be 100%
Okay, we can reduce,
based
but we
on
can't
the
raise it.
assessed. No, we can't. We have no ability to increase someone's assessed value. No. Yeah, that was out of left field, but that's okay. All right, so is there any other comments or questions from members of council? So there's a 1 or a 2, so that would be then that the committee of the whole recommend to council that council adopt the permissive tax exemption policy number C0-027 as presented, and that council repeal policy number 5.3 statutory and permissive tax exemptions. Moved by Councillor St. Pierre. Would you like to comment on it, Councillor St. Pierre?
No, I think staff's done a great job. There's been good commentary. I think this is what we asked for, and look forward to seeing the implementation.
So yes, you do want to comment because you commented. That's okay. Councillor Beddoes?
No, I just got carried away. I wanted to second it and I can't, committee of the whole.
Okay, anything from anyone else? Go ahead, Councillor Pearson.
I do support the emotion, but I actually do like the second one a little bit better, just because there's some amendments. If there's further discussion, if we go ahead with this, I mean, obviously it's going to flow to a regular council meeting. It just feels like that we're cutting off any discussion and we're going to a hard, fast recommendation here, which is going to flow to council. So I still have more chance to ask questions there anyway, so.
Yeah, and that's a good point, but I think part of it is, and I totally hear what you're saying, is this then will be mailed out. I think what's missing is how then this lands with affected properties. And then we will likely receive that as they come forward and apply. So then given, I think, the timing and those decisions that'll happen in the fall, then that may or may not require revision to this policy. But we need to send something to the impacted properties saying, here's where council is at. And then I think if it all just goes, then okay, the policy stands. And then depending on what that decision looks like later, because you may see some then adjust their classes, in which case it may not result in anything, right? If that actually happens, like we see with some that fall right into the class 1s or I can't remember the classes, but if you see that actually occur, but then It's one of those things until people get an actual letter, then that's what triggers the conversation. So we have to send them something. But I do appreciate where you're coming from. Counselor Bateman.
Yeah, so I'm in support of this motion. I am a little concerned about our inability to allow for partial eligibility of below market rental housing. I do note when McColla's Kevin Albers wrote us in 2023, he was noting that this, without the tax exemption, the result would be increased rents and decreased staffing levels at McColla. However, having said that, he does also note that the overall per unit per month impact would be modest. So that's good news. And I think we've seen enough evidence that these, I guess, what are we looking at with the Knox vision? We're looking at 300 units total. There are very direct impacts on municipal services, policing and fire and all the road, the whole package. So I agree. This is good. Boundary setting, I think, is the word with the province and setting the stage for future advocacy.
Just to clarify then, back to staff, so this goes out and we receive applications, but council can still at its discretion decide to provide a full tax exemption.
Yes. Yeah, yeah.
Like there's still like beyond and to effectively ignore the cap. And say, okay, no, in this case, we've now heard from the impact. We had this policy, we tried it, and for these many reasons or whatever reason that may come at the time, we've chosen to continue on allowing a full exemption at that time. But we have to start with something. Councillor Pearson?
Yes, through the chair. Can I ask staff why they put number 2 in there? Was there a thought process? Second recommendation? Can I add because to me, it feels like there's some flexibility language included here that's not in the first motion. And I just want to maybe understand that.
Okay, sorry. Can I ask the question? Number 2, what do you mean by number 2? By
Option number 2, the recommendation.
It's because we always ask for options. We don't want just one, so no, but for discussion, and I'll just answer this in a general sense, is whenever there's just been one recommendation put forward by staff, we ask why there's only one recommendation, we want options. Then we went through a time where we didn't have any recommendations from staff, and then we were sitting here drafting motions on the fly because we didn't know what the motion was. So now it's sort of a hybrid of some options because we haven't had this discussion yet together. But I'll leave it to staff if you want to answer any further. So I'm just guessing, because I didn't write the recommendations, that staff, when they were engaging with also local governments, also brought forward some recommendations perhaps that may have been considered at length by other local governments.
Yeah, to add to your point, Mayor Tate, when council requests this policy, one option was to grant PTE on a sliding scale. The word was mentioned. And when the media put this story in the newspaper, we said we will provide options, either full exemption, partial exemption, or no exemption. That was the original intent.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. I'm going to call the question on this one, please. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. So a reminder, this will go to the consent agenda where it'll be discussed at the next regular meeting. Okay, so the next one is a service level review and on the community investment program. Over to staff, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Testing. There we go. So today's session is about reviewing where we are at with community investment and how we can evolve this service area to better reflect strategic priorities, ensure financial and operational sustainability, and support our community partners more effectively. Staff are seeking feedback from council to shape a coordinated community investment program. The district currently invests over $1 million in this area through a mix of grants, service agreements, sponsorships, and tax exemptions. This support spans 10 tactical areas. However, the system has evolved in a piecemeal way, with policies, budgets, and responsibilities spread across our entire organization, and in some cases overlapping with community groups, creating duplication, inefficiencies, and in some cases, we're absent on policies, which impact our ability to operate efficiently. While the intent and value of community investment is understood, as an organizational value and priority, the delivery model is outdated. Essentially, this is the problem we're looking to solve today. We're responding okay to our needs, but we lack a unified framework, making it difficult to track, support our human resources effectively, and I will note those human resources are not only staff, but also our tremendous community volunteers, as we heard about earlier this afternoon. Simply put, we can do better. The proposed solution is to unify all community-facing investment tools under one single program. This would help provide transparency, equity, fairness, and alignment by reducing redundancy, addressing gaps in policies, and taking a systematic approach that looks ahead instead of being in what seems to be a reactionary cycle. The benefits are not just administrative. This shift can improve relationships with community groups, enable fairer access to funding and resources, and ensure that our investments yield the strongest possible return for the public good. We're not asking council to adopt the program today, but to endorse the direction so that we can proceed with engagement and development. Draft policies and the financial model will come back for review this fall as part of Budget 2026. That said, I'll note that the top administrative priorities for staff are updates to the community grants and sponsorship policy and a development of a service agreement policy, as these will have the greatest return on staff time and more appropriately position us to acquire grant funding through defined services and subsequent service agreements. These are some of the guiding questions for discussion, which we'll come back to shortly. Your responses will help us scope the future program and clarify which services should be delivered directly by the district and where we can leverage partnerships. Staff are also seeking direction on targeted policy updates that are aimed at simplifying processes, improving responsiveness, and ensuring accountability. A big part of today's conversation is capacity. It's important that we have a shared understanding of the resource implications and the need to apply a forward-facing and systematic approach to this work to optimize financial and human resources. And in the staff report, I'll note that we did include a table of some of the human resources from the staff side and also the dollar values that are associated with this program. And with that, I'm going to hopefully begin a bit of a discussion. So I have several slides here that break down the questions that were also included in the staff report. We have quite a bit that I'm hoping to discuss today. I'm hopeful that we can focus on the questions that have been shared with you first, because some of those answers might inform other questions. And then as there's emerging questions, we can come back to those at the end. We'll track all of your responses and recap them before seeking direction on the recommendations that are included in the staff report. So with that, hopefully this approach works for everybody. I'm making a bit of an assumption there. I have 3 questions. First question, does council support the Unified Community Investment Program to help capture this service area? And seeking a response from council in principle, does this approach make sense as a yes or a no?
Councillor St. Pierre.
I think that, again, right now there'd be a need for some clarity around what that would actually mean. So I think that just to try and get this going a little bit, my understanding is that we'd be looking at working with the public, with the agencies on the development. And that's part of what's being suggested here in terms of a framework. We're looking at trying to bring all the various bits of community investment that are situated in, in the table and so on and so forth, and trying to figure out what the best way to actually deliver that money and that programming with the least amount of administrative burden would be. So basically, we're looking at a review of where all the money's going, how it's all going out, talking to the various recipients and trying to figure out how to do it better.
Yes, and extending on that is calling this program, recognizing it as a community investment, so titling it the Community Investment Program. And maybe I'll jump into question 2 is the 10 tactical areas. So how exactly, to Councillor St. Pierre's point, how those pieces come together. So the 10 tactical areas are current initiatives that staff see would fit under this community investment program. So just wanting to check in with council, does that capture everything? Does it calling it a community investment program make sense and capture these types of initiatives?
Okay, so just, and again, to clarify, it sounds like we're being asked, do we agree with moving away from a status quo of a piecemeal approach towards something that's actually more organized and will do a better job? Okay, so I guess we're probably okay with that. I'm not going to want to speak for everyone, but so now we're moving on to question number 2.
Well, you're the only one speaking.
I know.
So turn off your microphone. Thank you. Well, I would think so.
Perfect.
Because we've been asking for a bit of structure, and I think the community deserves that. And also clarity around timing and intake, but also recognizing that random things happen. So I think it was clear as we don't like yes or no questions. So I don't know. Let's see, because we're to start somewhere. Go ahead, Councillor Beddoes.
I guess for me, I'm not sure. I don't know what it's gonna look like. I'm in favor of giving you some latitude to put this together and then we can see what it looks like, but it sounds pretty reasonable, but I'm not quite sure how that's all going to be integrated. There's sort of apples and oranges in there, but I'm certainly in favor of moving ahead with something. Because I have to say something because I'm not sure what we're moving ahead with. Yeah, I guess as much as I can comment right now, I'm not sure, but kind of okay.
Councillor Bateman, then Pearson.
Well, we have 14 questions today, and I had a really unconditional yes here to the process that's being introduced in this report. And as you just stated, this idea of reframing this as community investment. We've gone along for years, bumping along, creating a really rich and generous and, quite remarkable, I think. It's a signature part of the District of Sooke is the way in which we support our community groups, but it hasn't been discussed as an investment piece by the district acting responsibly with not our money, but with the public's money. So yeah, that's my first of 13 more answers.
Councillor Pearson.
I think it's a welcome approach because we do things in piecemeal. That's our current method. So now if we have an overarching supporting council's strategic plan and direction, this feels like intuitively to me, this is the exact right way to go. So from my point of view, bang on the money. Go in the right direction. The 10 tactical pieces of it, I'm not sure yet because I think that bears out discussion with council because I'm not sure how they all fit into the strategic plan, but definitely housing it in one umbrella feels exactly right. Thank you.
Okay, maybe Ms. Moog, just for the benefit of the public that are here, I'm looking at an opportunity for them to comment. So maybe is it possible for you just to list off the questions that we're going to work through? And then after they've been listed, then I'll invite any member of the public to comment and then council can finish off providing a bit of answers. Just because otherwise we'll be answered all the questions and then we're done and then it's after the fact. Because I did commit to public input through this process.
If I may, so if I could be more broad, if there's any general comments from the public on this topic, one of the recommendations from staff is to conduct stakeholder engagement as the next step in this process, where we'd have a bit more, once we haven't had a chance, staff haven't had a chance to check in with council on this at all yet. So just wanting to have that pulse check going, are we heading in the right direction, or do we need to change our trajectory, I think is really in part the intent of today. So wondering if that might be a bit more beneficial, if there's general comments when it comes to community investment, if we could receive that from the community or those in attendance today or those listening online, should they wish to be a part of the engagement process. Certainly please reach out to us and we can engage them at that time when we have some tangible draft policies and we're in that stakeholder interview and focus group phase of this project. That's
Okay.
appropriate.
No, that sounds good. Because then there is recommendations that come out of this. And that is about moving on to the next part. So it is just a pulse check. So on that note, I'll invite any members of the public, if you would like to comment on this work now, this would be your opportunity to do so. No? Okay. So we do have 4 members in the gallery, but at this point, everyone's fine. So perhaps at a future time when we actually introduce a policy, then that might be a time where you might want to give some input at that particular time, whether the changes and then the reports that might come forward on the another initiative. So stay tuned for those. This is just a start of more work or other work that council or pardon me, our staff is going to do, but there will be an opportunity to comment further. Okay, thanks for being here. Okay, back to Ms. Moog.
Thank you for that. And I think it's important to note that as staff began to undertake this work and try to identify all of the great initiatives that have gone on and evolved, there's a lot. And so really trying to break it down into some bite-sized pieces to seek some direction where we can from council to inform new policy direction. So just to manage those expectations for everybody in the room that this is new for all of us. So with that, amongst the 10 tactical areas that are currently identified in the program, there's 10 there. Is there anything that jumps out at you that's doesn't fit or is missing with some of the work that you don't think is anecdotally captured within that list?
Councillor St. Pierre?
Yes, we're missing a couple of things, or probably more than a couple, honestly, but 2 come to mind. One is a function to actually support our local groups with accessing funding. So basically grant writing assistance, which I think is provided sometimes in other jurisdictions, but it's extraordinarily useful to them. The other one is some form of food policy council or support in that direction.
But those are sort of new things. So this is based on
missing.
I know, but it's what we're doing. So right now, I don't know that are we doing grant assistant with grants?
No.
No.
What was missing? We were
I know, but it's also, these are all things that we're doing within the community. So I think if you were listening, those things, those are new initiatives that you want to see done in the community, which is a bit different than highlighting what we are doing. Am I not mistaken, Ms. Mo? Over to staff.
Yeah, so received as to Mayor Point, as she said, as new initiatives. I think there is an element that might flesh out around the grants that we have captured later on, which is around some potential policy changes to letters of support. So as we work through the questions, there might be some other items that emerge, but I've certainly put this in the parking lot as some gaps within the current service levels that we're providing. And that's something that we can circle back once we have that fulsome program to check back in with council so that we know that what the right and left hand are doing, so to speak.
Councillor Pearson.
Yeah, difficult just to pull the 10 off there, but I kind of was a little puzzled by business beautification. Kind of felt like to me that should go into design standard bylaw, like our downtown designs, like as opposed to business beautification. I got the sense, it's kind of nice, but what does business beautification mean? It's kind of an obscure kind of topic to me. I might paint my business purple. We actually had a counselor at one time that was painting flower boxes purple and they actually looked pretty good.
I guess the way we did. I looked at it was more, I hear what you're saying around that, but also like, okay, it's the holiday season and decorating your storefront for the holidays or for Valentine's or like Easter and those sorts, community and blooms and those sorts of things.
Yeah, I kind of tried to stretch my mind into what it meant, like, you know, downtown at Christmas time, things like that, but I just, anyway, it was obscure to me.
If I may, I'll move on to question 3, and this is a perfect segue, and then I'll pose question 3 and come back to Councillor Bateman if I may, just because this is such a great segue to Councillor Pearson's comments. So the next question is, does council support referring the Business Beautification Program and the Sooke Regional Business Services Cooperative to the Community Investment Development Committee for discussion and recommendations? So suggesting, rather than diving into those details and having that conversation at the table here, seeking council direction would be to that committee to answer and flesh out some of those details and scope. So I'll put that in a placemaker there and then go back to Councillor Bateman.
Councillor Bateman.
So yeah, I'm a yes to number 3. And both those items are in the Community Economic Development Strategy and Action Plan. So I'm interested to see how the business beautification piece will be presented in that committee context. And under these 10 tactical areas, I think 8 are pretty much solid over time. The bike rack for business program that's on limited 2-year more funding, I believe, from the province through the local government climate action program. So that could be continued. But is that not a finite matter? That
the bike rack for business program is an interesting item because it's the blessing and curse of these types of initiatives. We've been overwhelmed with the response, which speaks to the need. Which is a great problem to have. It's also a great problem to have because we do have this provincial funding to work through those pieces. I think a conversation maybe for a later day, a direction I'd be seeking from council is right now. I think part of the reason why the program was so successful at the gate is that we are taking on not just the units of the bike racks themselves, but also the installations. So I think perhaps in the future, we could supply the bike racks and the businesses take care of the programs themselves, the installation themselves might be an option. But because there's so many different topics we're looking to cover off today, we thought that might be a simpler conversation to have for a later date, if that's okay.
okay, and the local government school, wonderful. Let's bump that up. The events and visitor economy is a new concept here. Could you tell me more about that?
Certainly, and I might save this in greater detail from one of the questions later on. The district does a tremendous amount of support for events. Support and sponsorship are handled in different fashions. So that's part of the equity piece that staff are really looking to tease out, and a part of council's commitment to good governance and transparency. So I'm jumping ahead a little bit here, but just to respond to this question. So some groups, for example, receive line item funding for events. Some groups go through a community grant process to apply for events. Some have gone through specific asks for council items. So they're all treated differently. However, under the events and visitor economy framework, we might have an interesting funding model opportunity with MRDT funding. So the purpose of today and some of the pieces that and why staff have set a limitation on we're not talking about the funding model just yet, because we want to flesh out the what. We want to flesh out the products and the services that council is looking to offer the community. And that funding model pieces, those are the hows. So we can kind of put the jigsaw puzzle together, hopefully, and then we'll have some follow-up questions that might look like some funding caps and other initiatives for a later date. But just so that we know, are we talking when events and visitor economy is one bucket, local government school? Yes, that's something you want to make sure that we're providing a service level on so that we can come back with the true dollars and cents and scope of human resources. But if we're not all speaking the same language when we talk about the what, that makes it challenging. So to Councillor St. Pierre's earlier comments on these other items, I don't think we've captured, that's really valuable for staff to have so that when we circle back, we can go, hey, here's these initial items, here's the scope, here's the dollars and cents. Here's the means that we have, tools available to fund them. Here's the human resources from the staffing side that we need to use them. Now, Councillor St. Pierre brought up these other components. This is how we can bring it into the fold, or here's a potential limitation, if that's helpful.
Okay, thank you. So on your list, add event production assistance, perhaps provided by the district to local groups.
Councillor St. Pierre?
Councillor Bateman just reminded me of something else. In terms of community investment, some way of attracting and using legacy investments. So when people actually have a legacy that they would like to see put into the community, how do we actually accept that, use it appropriately, make those people happy?
Thank you. And may I ask a follow-up to Councillor Bateman as well on the event production? Are you thinking that in the terms of in-kind support for events and other
Well, it could
vectors?
be
Could you tell me more?
in-kind, or it could eventually, as you've noted at the end of the report, be a staff person. I just know, speaking to the Sooke Philharmonic and others, they're a bit overwhelmed at times, and expertise would be really handy.
Received, thank you.
Well, I think it's important to capture that because then it's when you get to service planning and budget and what makes the cut and doesn't. Like, I'd like to see all of this sort of flow into it'll be a section of our annual report where it would then, like our other ones, and it would say, that's where I'm sort of seeing this housed in future years, and then it would have it all listed off. Because then in part of these other pieces that we're reaching out, that will require then tax requisition to have the staffing to provide those things. So that's but that's a different conversation, but it'll end up in that way. But I think it's important that it's noted so that the public, I think, also understands why we have the staffing that we do and what they're doing. Because it's easy to say to cut all these things. Well, then what are you cutting off in that process? Something's going to go. Okay, thank you, Ms. Moak. We'll continue.
Thank you for that. And this question did come up in the FAQs of the staff report. So I will mention it's in council strategic, or in our strategic plan as well, around the organizational capacity building, is working on that multi-year staffing plan and long-term workforce plan. So I've made a note of that to make sure that this type of role is included there. And it's certainly one I have advocated for as well at the staff level through our CAO. So thank you for that.
Okay, just before you continue, there's one thing around the bike racks for business, because since Mr. Marshall's here, just twigged this, that this might be eventually something that goes into the design and development permit phases as new commercial properties come online. It's automatic that they're building this. In this case, we might not have to do this in the future because the existing businesses that did not have that as a requirement will now have a bike rack. But anything new that's advanced, and it'll also help, I think, staff say, look, there's an overarching demand. You've got to just put in the bike racks. When developers try to find ways not to do something, it's proven that there's an overwhelming need for it. Okay, I'll stop talking.
Thank you for that. That's the intent of this discussion today, is to workshop all these pieces. So on to the next one here. So staff see an opportunity to separate community grants and sponsorship. And I'll note this is actually for similar reasons to, as Ms. Liu's last report, really looking at timing and the funding caps that are associated with these programs. Operationally, staff feel that it would be helpful to have community grant intake annually alongside the budget process. So right now that intake date closes on March 15th. We'd like to move it likely to around that October 1st-ish area. This is an area I want to understand more from our organizations that are applying for these grants to see if it makes sense within their budget cycle, so that council can make decisions based on the information that we have now, instead of trying to put it feels like you guys are, and maybe I'm making an assumption here, that you're trying to put a square peg in a round hole sometimes, that we've set a budget at 65,000. This year is a perfect example. We had over 2,000 subscribed and you're needing to reverse engineer that. This would be a tool so that hopefully it can support staff or support council with making more informed decisions with the information at the time. Then it also on the flip side would let us, there'd be one intake year for the community grant stream, but then we can be more nimble when it comes to sponsorships and more responsive. Similarly with sponsorships, the way the policy is written currently is that any sponsorship request needs to go for council for decision. Operationally, some of the sponsorship asks we're getting are recently, I was before council for requesting a sponsorship for the duck race for $20. So there's some pieces where maybe it's not financially makes the most sense. And if you're willing to provide staff with that sort of a threshold of decision making within sponsorships to a certain amount, that can also help build some of the staff capacity in administering those programs. So that's the reasons why staff are seeking direction to separate those policies and flesh out some of those details in that capacity. And I'm seeing lots of nods around the room. Safe to say that that is a yes. Thank you.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So specific to,
Councillor Pearson?
oh, sorry.
Just one ask on that, Ms. Mogg, through the chair, is that if it sounds like delegated authority, so that if somebody comes in and looks for a $20 duck race, so the mechanism of sharing that at the next council meeting in the CAO's report or something like that. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
So that, yeah, hey, we sponsored the duck race for $20. You know, it lightens the mood, but it also shares that we are doing things and what's going on.
So what I'm
Good
hearing
news story.
captured in a public record, it's really important that that
Absolutely.
is captured in a public record. Absolutely.
Thank you.
It could even just be an email that goes on it would be probably the more appropriate fit would be that it go on to the consent agenda. It's just like a memorandum to council. You know, this month, there was a time we had $10 for the fall fair scarecrows, $20 for the duck race, and it's on the consent agenda. So then that allows it to be pulled at a future time if there was discussion around it, but it might stand out a bit more, just sort of like a one-page memo.
Can I extend on this or ask council to provide some direction? Again, we're it's not making a decision today. We're just looking to receive information to inform a policy. Is there a dollar threshold that you'd like us to consider including in a policy for a decision? Is it $100? Is it $500? Or something else? If I can leave that for council's discussion, please.
I was gonna say 50, because I think that's sort of the gift threshold, is it not? Maybe I'm wrong on that. $100. I mean, because it depends. You know, when we have like a sponsorship budget of $2,000, $100 is a chunk of that. 500 would be like a quarter of it, right? So I'm just saying 50 or $100.
So
We settle on 100 just so we can.
Just something for now is just to put. it up
received,
there
I'll
first.
include that. It gives me something to work with. Thank you. So next question is specific to community grants. Is the intent of the program to provide seed funding for Sooke-born initiatives? Staff are seeking clarity as operationally the current policy doesn't really support this function. I know in our recent community grants discussion, there was quite a bit around that intake and the geographic representation and pool. So one, seeking confirmation. Really, the program is to focus on Sooke-born initiatives, and staff can make sure that the policy, if this is the desire of council, is written in such a way to capture that. And then second, looking to have a bit of a discussion on is it seed funding to get programs up and going and out the gate and apply for innovation for new ideas, or is the intent of the community grants program something else? I'll note when it comes to events. So an example might be, and this will come later on with events and visitor economy, but if you see an event that has, as I think everybody has actually made a comment about the time and resources that go into supporting events, that there could be another mechanism through the events and visitor economy that we can provide ongoing support. So groups could, if it's for an event purpose that is responding and supporting our local business community, there could be mechanisms, and it's eligible arguably for MRDT funding expense. They could receive ongoing funding, but again, the specific scope of the community grants program, is it to be a seed funding, or are you looking in perpetuity to fund some community, this similar community initiatives?
Okay, I'll go to Councillor Beddoes and St. Pierre.
Yeah, this one's, it's always bothered me because, this 6, 7 years that I've been doing this is, this business is about you do for 3 years, skip a year. I've seen the different groups that basically it's ongoing funding. It isn't seed funding. And they know that they're missing years coming up and they husband their resources to get through the missing year. And then bang, 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 it's for another 3 years. So there's two things there, and you may have to look at breaking this up, is that there is going to be some of these seed groups that come to us, like the radio people, they're just starting something off. 3 years, you're on your feet, then we don't want to see you again. But there are also some of these groups that come to us that do need some ongoing subsidies. I'm not sure if they do need them, but it's up for discussion, like the Drumline and some of these ones that are a fixture in our community. And they're the ones that apply for 3 years and then stop for 1 year, apply another 3 years. So that needs to be reworked. I'm not sure what that's going to look like. But the present system is a little bit of a farce to me. And I would like to see that cleaned up. And you may have to break it into the two groups, that we do have some funding for those that are starting out in the community that have some great ideas. And then those different groups that we are sort of, through this present system, we are giving them ongoing fund and subsidy. So I'm not sure what that looks like, but that's the reality of what we're doing. What we are doing in paper isn't what really we're doing. What we're doing is what we're seeing that I just said. So I'd like that looked at in great detail.
Okay, thank you, Councillor St. Pierre.
I'll echo what Councillor Batters was just saying. I think that right now, we really need to make a distinction between seed funding for new projects and operational funding. And I think in terms of the operational funding, it behooves us to make sure that we are supporting our community groups, and that could look like support with, again, grant writing, support with trying to help with fundraising, other supports of any other sort, or potentially if their actual work is actually in alignment with our strat plan and doing work that we'd like to see done, then I think we should be looking at a service agreement for operational costs. And if we can't actually see them in a service agreement, then we should not be providing these types of grants as far as I'm concerned. I think I like the idea of the seed funding. But I think, again, as soon as it actually goes towards, it's really in alignment with our strat plan, it's good work that needs to be done, and it's cheaper to do it this way, then I think we need to start looking at a service agreement to maintain that sort of thing in place. Based on this question, I was curious, are we going to be looking at, are we going to be digging into what sort of community grants and what are the policies we want to direct community grants, or is that for a later date after consultation with the public and so on?
I see that as a later date, that we put together some drafts, some language to have conversations, including not just surveys, but interviews and focus groups with the not-for-profit sector in our community to see that there aren't unintended consequences of some policy decisions, that we're truly maximizing, again, the human resource benefit, not only on staff, but it's also being very cognizant of our tremendous volunteer community in Sooke. So, which is one of the reasons why staff are hoping to proceed in the fashion that we are. So I think these are some important questions that might be better asked. No disrespect to anybody in this room, but I think maybe you're the wrong audience, and we need to be hearing directly from some of the not-for-profits to understand a bit more of those circumstances and situations to inform some of those buckets, if I might suggest that approach.
Okay, I'll just add at this point, because I was looking at your matrix of various, ways of deciding heritage and so on and so forth, and it didn't really look at, the seed money. One of my favorite things would be just longevity of the project and how many people does it reach. Things like, is it actually community infrastructure in some manner that actually benefits the entire community of Sooke? Those are policy directions in terms of deciding on where we want to actually disperse those grant funding and what sort of projects we want to support. But what I'm hearing is that we're going to come back to that. Okay, cool.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Pearson.
Yes, thank you, through the chair. I think for me is the community grants specific to Sooke benefiting. as opposed to Sooke born, so that there's a clear linkage between that grant application and the benefits of the project, whatever it may be. I think operationally, it's, I understand the clarity on that because we struggle with that. And again, I really like the idea of seed funding. And then if it switches over to sponsorship somewhere else down the road, that's a different conversation. And that's probably what we'll talk about in question number 6. So.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bateman.
Yeah, this, I fully in agreement with us supporting startups. Absolutely. So the seed funding, I'm very interested to hear when you go out for community input, how a group like the Community Choir, for example, who is one of those groups that do rely on the system to a fair degree, they're thinking on this. I guess there's the matter of line items. They've mostly been switched to service agreements, I think, which is the policy, the approach taking. Yeah, that's all I've got on that. Thank you.
Thank you. So I do like the idea of the seed funding. And sometimes we've seen groups where they've come in with a certain ask and then we've never seen them again. So whatever is funded is funded equipment or something to support that particular group. I think in terms of the service agreement, that's where we do, like to Councillor St. Pierre's, we're sort of getting into ongoing. So I think the conversation is, this is something we feel is of value in the community. We as the district cannot take this on. So this particular stakeholder or partner group is delivering this service on behalf of the rest of the, you know, the district and the rest of the community. So then that's where that goes. And there's the reporting mechanism and the like. Since the MRTT is happening, then it's the case of shifting some of them over. So it's no longer on the taxpayer, like it's the MRDT, which is a different form of taxation, but it's not property taxes. So it's the visitor economy now that is doing this, but then it doesn't, you cannot go back and have both. So it's one or the other in this case, it's shifting. I'm thinking of like CERTA, for example, would be a great fit for the MRDT because it's all about promoting to external visitors. And some of the events may fit into that. Some may be more, some may be different, but I think it's timely to revisit this and to also find out from the stakeholders, is that the appropriate time for them to apply? Because by the time they get our decision making, like we're into May, and that seems really late in the year for some. Years ago, this was $75,000 and then it dropped down to the 65 and we've never increased it since. So part of it is maybe it needs to be higher than that, but then we need to be firm. But it shows where the funding is going specifically. And then I think it's understanding for, you know, I think the intention was it was 3 years and then the groups don't come back. So that it frees up the fund for other initiatives, but now we have groups coming back. So yes, now it's just a 1-year pause, but it was, you know, I remember in my time of 17 years, it was like you get this once and you don't come back, but now everyone's coming back. And then there's a pause in there. So I think that just needs to be clarified. And if they are coming back, then I think maybe it needs to be in a different, maybe it is the service agreement is where it belongs then for accountability. But then I think some of the other conversations are, if you're receiving, is it to receive everything? So you receive the grant, a service agreement, permissive tax exemption, and district support from our staff. Is it all of those or is it one or the other? So, and it can be all those things, but I think it's just in the end where residents are facing a 70% tax hit. So we have to find other ways of funding the revenue, but I also recognize these events are important to Sooke. So whether increase the fund, and I'm kind of rambling now, but I think there needs to be different ways of doing it so that seed funding is not competing with operational funding. And we made those decisions by some saying you need to fundraise like other groups are as well. Councillor St. Pierre?
Just wanted to comment on something you've said because it makes a lot of sense with the MRDT again.
Yeah.
That if all of these events were essentially channeled through one source, there's also opportunities to do things like marketing the event and publicizing the event through various channels in a more organized way. So one of the big things that an event could get from, I mean, honestly, the choir would probably get more from the district by just having its events really publicized than by getting any monies. That way it can actually make money with ticket sales, which is the way that these things can work. So I think there's actually supports that we can offer through the MRDT to events in a more general way in terms of infrastructure and the kind of supports that Council Bateman was talking about that I think would be better than just here's $500 to tide you over kind of thing. So I think we need to decide where's our best way of supporting them, because I don't know that the grants necessarily for another set of 3 songs worth of music is actually worth as much as we're going to really put the word out there for your event and make sure you have a venue. So I think that our investment in community has to look at how is it being effective. Sorry, anyway, just.
Well, it makes sense because we've had groups and it's all about getting the ticket sales. If they have a full house, then there isn't a they're doing fine. Yeah, and then in terms of service agreements, that piece for me is that there is an alignment with council priorities, the district strategic plan. It's awkward to me when we are actually fighting with someone we give money to. And they're advocating against things that we're doing on funding that came from the district. So like, what have we created? We've created a lobbyist element with district money. That doesn't make sense to me. We should be rowing in the same direction.
So I think what I'm hearing in part is the intent of the community grants. If we were to try to isolate this in itself, it really is intended to be a seed funding program where there's other needs for the groups. One, are we solving the right problem? If they're sometimes throwing money at it, isn't actually solving the problem effectively. And then there's other mechanisms. So if there is groups that we're looking to have or supply more ongoing funding sources, there's probably a different conversation we need to be having, which might be service agreements, which I'm going to ask if we can put that in the parking lot for 1 sec. And in 2 slides, we're going to come back to a conversation specific around service agreements. But just to parallel that back again, I'm hearing that community grants intent really is a seed funding program, but there's other mechanisms we really want to examine for more ongoing funding purposes. Okay, thank you.
Does the language seed funding include, for example, a project? I mean, it's just a single project. That would be seed funding as well? And okay, because it's not trying to get something going long term. It's just like we want to do an art installation that we're done. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, as long as that's covered as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And that actually segues into this, the next batch of questions. So we currently operate with a mixed approach to sponsorships and events. I spoke to this a little bit earlier, but I'll flesh out some specific examples just for council to take a minute to perhaps digest this. So some events receive direct sponsorship funding as a presenting partner, such as Sooke. Some operate through an events agreement, which would be the Santa Parade with the Sooke Lions as an example there. Some receive funding through community grants. Examples there are CD Saturday and the Orchard Festival with Sooke Vici and the Sooke Fair. Others receive funding through a separate service request, giving timing when it arose. An example there is All Sooke Day and the Salmon Barbecue. So there's really is a mixed bag. Does council support staff streamlining sponsorship opportunities through events and through an events and visitor economy stream of the community investment program? And again, I'll mention the key opportunity or key benefit of doing this is that based on the data or the application process and the reach, it might mean it's an eligible expense under other funding such as MRDT. If we tease all of these types of pieces out and treat them in the same fashion. So I'll circle back to some of the community grants events. So CD Saturday, Orchard Festival, and Sooke Fall Fair, where that's an ongoing funding model, that we'd pull that out because it's really around event attraction, that there might be another mechanism, and it is not a requirement, but there tends to be a need with events for more ongoing support. So we treat those in a bit of a different fashion. Thoughts, comments, if that's making sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It makes sense. Yeah.
that was easy. Yeah. Next one.
Fantastic. Thank you for a group that said it's hard to say yes. We just said yes. So I just want to acknowledge that moment. Thank you for that. The next question. So staff do not have the capacity. This is based on today being March 20th, 2025, sorry. Staff do not have the capacity to host an annual district-led event. We are making that happen this year for our 25th anniversary. However, there seems to be some interest, and we certainly do feel it's appropriate to at least host anniversary celebration. This is a bit of a lesson learned for me, is that there is federal funding for anniversary celebrations, but you actually have to apply 2.5 years out. So we missed that opportunity, which led to some creative problem solving to host a really cool event on June 7th. For anybody listening, it'll be June 7th from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. at Woodside Farm this year. Thanks to some climate action funds from the provincial government. But because of those nuances, wanting to understand from council, is there interest and an appetite to host a district-led annual event, or are we wanting to keep it in a repository of those milestones? Should we plan for milestone anniversary celebrations, or should we just not do anything from a district-led perspective in the events realm, and what are your thoughts and comments there?
Councillor Beddoes?
I like the idea that we recognize milestones and have bits of celebrations around it. I mean, I don't think we do celebrate Sooke every year, but 5, 10, 20 years and things like that are some big milestones. So I'd be in favor of us doing something fairly low key, but something in that respect.
Other thoughts? Councillor Pearson?
Yeah, I agree. And I think that if it's a 2.5 year, we could have a 22.5 year celebration. 27.5, I should say. Sorry, my math's wrong. No, I think that we do sponsor a lot of events annually anyways. The Santa Parade, All Sooke Day, the duck race, all of these things are on an annual basis, and Sooke's, we've got our banner there. So no, I like the idea of kind of going to the big milestone ones.
Councillor Bateman?
That's exactly what I would have said.
Councillor St. Pierre?
Yeah, I think we should only maybe do the big milestone ones. And honestly, I think doing it regularly, I think is out of our wheelhouse, but perhaps having a stronger presence at the events where we're partnering and being stronger partners and more visible partners makes more sense. They run events, they know how to do events, let them do their thing. If we support them more fully, then it looks good on us.
Yeah, no, I agree with the milestone events in whatever form they look like. And then that we focus on sort of being that support network for all the other events. And I think the big one we could play there is just getting the word out that these things are happening and driving, helping with the numbers.
Great, thank you. Now we're going to dive into a bit of a deeper discussion. So talking about service agreements. So several of you have already brought this up as well, which is great. So first question, wanting to start out, we've talked about service agreements. We do have some service agreements in place, but we actually don't have a service agreement policy. I'm going to read off sort of the 4 questions that I had in tow to facilitate this discussion, and then maybe we can go back and break them apart one by one. So 1, wondering what is the purpose of service agreements? 2, should the district have a form of policy for managing them? 3, should performance measures be required? And 4, what criteria should guide when to use service agreements, assuming this is something that you see as a gap, staff feel it as a gap? Hearing the conversation today, seems like council sees this as a bit of a gap too. So with that, I'll start with what is the purpose of service agreements and leave it for your discussion.
Okay, so thank you. So just for myself, it's that there's another organization that's delivering work that we see valued within the community, but we as the district will not take on or are not structured or have capacity to take on. So with the community association, it would be a big endeavor for us to provide further recreational services to the community. So there's an entity that is thankfully providing this service has the lands. And so I think it is the case of that sort of delivery. I think for some, for others, we have given out money in the past to develop a hotel tax. We never received any reporting back. So now the district is out funds. It's fine. We've learned from that. But with another entity, it's like, what are you doing? We don't know. So, and this is funding that we're contributing every year. So I think there should be the performance measures in some form of an annual report that council receives. It would be a good for a policy so that any new group that's onboarding understands, like, how did you get a service requirement? And usually it's because somebody's appeared as a delegation and is sort of at the whim of council. And that's how these service agreements exist now. And then for some, it's the case of, okay, this is the operational funding, and for whatever reason, and I'm not really singling anyone out, but a group is returning year after year for funding because they're unable to secure funding from other sources, but is filling a proven need within the community. And so that's where I feel those should go under a service agreement, because it's an ongoing need that's going to exist. And then it can be, rather than coming forward year after year, it may allow a group to have a bit more sustainability if they were in a 3-year, say a 3-year service agreement, to then be able to capture other levels of funding or to do something different to become more sustainable. But if every year they're having to apply, it's similar to our challenge, every year having to apply to the province for something, we don't know if this is sustainable in the long term, yet there's a proven need to do it. It's the same impact these groups have, often volunteer led, or sharing resources, or someone is paid very little to do an impressive amount of work for the community.
So can I just ask a clarifying question?
Yeah.
To Mayor Tate, can you tell me a bit more about proven needs? Are you talking about proven need that the community has identified this as a proven need, the group has identified as this as a proven need, or council has provided that direction and identified this as a proven need? If you could just tell me a little bit more about that.
I think it's all of that, because obviously we're funding it in the end because we agree that this service is valuable. So whether it's music or theater that is being cut out or eliminated from our school program, we want as many children as possible to be able to access this. So that's why they're coming forward to the municipalities, say in one case. But as far as I can see, that's always going to be the case, because it's more things are getting cut from schools. There's not more things being added to them, and we're growing, and we want to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to access things. So that may be an example. Our fine arts show, was a grant application at one time, and now we've put that into a service agreement because we're recognizing the fine art show, and then it allows them to just focus on the show. They get X amount of dollars that they can then leverage and apply for other funds for elsewhere. So there's sort of a proven need and a benefit back to the community because they've switched from being a grant into a service agreement. I think the Chamber of Commerce was once an annual line item, and now they've rolled into a service agreement. And so then it's the case of, okay, you're delivering a service on behalf of the district. So that's where that should be the mechanism that, in what they're doing. But we also want to understand exactly, like, what are they doing?
Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Beddoes.
Yes, thank you. I like, did I go on or off? Okay. Oh, there it was. I like how you lumped them 8 to 11. 9 is a no-brainer, 10's a no-brainer. Just, yes. And what criteria should guide when to use them? And I think it's when it's enhancing the overall well-being of the community. If you look at, look at each one and saying, just what are they doing for us, and that's council and the community. So I think that's important, and that goes back to 8. What is the purpose of service agreements? Those are those groups that Mayor Tate has said that they are enhancing the overall well-being of the community. So 9, 10, no problem. 8, I think we've got that, and 11, I'm happy with enhancing the overall being of the community. Just gives talking point to the other councils.
Okay, St. Pierre then Pearson. Into the microphone.
Okay, so I think that in the absence of formal policy and known criteria, we don't actually get applications necessarily from organizations that could really benefit and where we could benefit from their services. So I think providing, I think what Mayor Tate was alluding to is some certainty and some safety. You know, first of all, you can get stable funding if you're actually, for example, advancing the strategic plan or elements of the strat plan. You know that this needs to happen, and if you can do it, you can actually get support and make it happen. That's a good thing. So I think that, I think Councilor Beto says no brainer. Yeah, no brainer. What the criteria might be, I would agree with what Councilor Beto is saying. I'm just going to throw out a bit of a question, and it's in terms of things like the Sooke Shelter Society and the Food Bank, both of which we have had service agreements with and continue to have service agreements with for good reason, because they're providing essential service in our community, which we shouldn't be providing, which should actually be a provincial responsibility. They're not really our responsibility at all. I think that we need to step in when there's a desperate and dire need to do what Councilor Bettis was saying, which is provide for the well-being of the community. But at the same time, I'm not sure how to manage it in terms of a policy direction. Do we want to marry this with some advocacy work? Like, is it the case that when we do something like step outside of our wheelhouse and say, okay, we're going to provide health services because those health services are needed. But as soon as we get into that service agreement, we're also saying we're going to do some advocacy work to see about getting this off our plate, because it shouldn't be on our plate. It should be elsewhere. The other thing that occurred to me there is that maybe we're not always the right sponsors, but maybe if we had other sponsorship opportunities that we could connect people with, if that was a part of what can be offered, basically connecting people with the appropriate sponsors for long-term operational funding or whatever it might look like. I think often our NGOs, either emerging or established, lack for the ability and the human resources to actually figure out a business plan to stabilize themselves and maybe get a part-time staff or something. And whatever we can do in that direction, I think would be highly appropriate, because that would also take some weight off of us in terms of operational funding for things that the community needs, but isn't necessarily in our wheelhouse.
I like the advocacy piece, because I think not in all, but in some of them, it is the right approach. And I think the work then that council needs to take on is the advocacy with the province. Councillor Pearson?
Yeah, I agree with everything that I think that's just been said. The purpose of service agreements for me personally are enhancing our community and for the benefit of the taxpayers by the taxpayers. We're only the middle person in service agreements. And, you know, we house, you know, we see how things are dispensed or how finances are dispensed, and that's our purview and that's our role. Should the district have a formal policy for managing them? I don't think you can universally put a policy for managing a service agreement, because we have the range, the Santa Claus Parade to the food bank to Sooke Community Association, and there's huge spectrum of requirements there. Should performance measurements be required? I think full open disclosure is got to be part of the discussion by staff and council after an event or after a service has taken place. And we need to do some navel gazing and evaluate from our point of view, from public input, from staff input. Performance measurements are always there, but how do you measure how good the Santa Claus Parade was? Like it's easy to put, well, no, but you know what I mean? You see all the smiles on people's faces. Don't want to turn it into a bureaucratic nightmare either, right? We have huge benefit in our community from the food bank and from the community association, two organizations that give us an annual report. We know what they're doing. We know where their challenges are, and they don't have any problem with it. Some of the other ones, I think that they should be on notice. For me personally, they should be on notice to say, listen, we want to know how you're doing and what you're doing for us, just to give the reassurance, and it should be part of the public discussion at a council meeting. So there is a public record of it. Criteria used to guide them. I think that's why we have 7 councillors. I think we ask of, I never, I'm shy of, nobody's shy of questions. And that criteria of managing them is to get them in and do the presentations. Like when they come in for community grants, we get to ask those questions. We get to look those people in the eye and see, how hard they're working. And they're not necessarily people who are good at administration. They're people who are good at providing the hospice and they come and so it's kind of a fine line. I think there's the big ones. I think the public demands where we should be doing the checks and balances, but I think some of that should fall to us too. Kind of a mixed bag for me.
Councillor Bateman?
Yeah, I think everyone said it very well. I would just note that my definition, the purpose of service agreements is the long-term stable funding. We're providing a small measure of long-term stable funding to these community organizations providing essential services. And I just keep hearing that again and again, the desperate lack of stability for these nonprofits. And they are delivering services itemized in Schedule A of each agreement. I went back to the December 5th, 2022 council meeting where 8 organizations secured 5-year extensions on their agreements through the end of 2027. And that's a fascinating agenda. It's a bit of a gong show, I would say, because each group came forward with a range of reports that went from incredibly in-depth going through their Schedule A requirements to several were just tiny little, there's the lack of consistency. So the policy is absolutely essential. The performance measures, I agree that metrics are good. At the same time, we're that small town with a big heart, right? So common sense, compassion, understanding that these largely volunteer-based groups are doing their very best, as opposed to a scorecard where there's constant progress. So that's my comment.
Over to Ms. Moe.
Thank you. Can I ask a follow-up to that? Can you tell me more about consistency? What does that mean?
Consistency, did I use that word?
You did.
context?
Yes, you said consistency between the groups and organizations. So what does that look? What does that, what are council's needs when it comes to
Well, I would hope
consistency
that
with
maybe
those?
the reporting form would have, as with community grant, there's a clear expectation that each group will address each of their Schedule A items when they do report out. So yeah, a format for all groups.
Councillor St. Pierre?
I think I like what's just been said in terms of a format and consistency. I think that what I see sometimes is a huge amount of information that's not actually needed or wanted, and a huge amount of effort being put out that's not necessary. And that's at the community grants or for these service agreements. And then sometimes there's just not enough information to make any sort of a judgment on. So we do want certain information, but as far as I'm concerned, we need to make it as simple as possible. If we could provide a template that's actually relatively easy, that's even better. We're not necessarily dealing with organizations with large human resources and administrative capacity. So the simpler we can make it with exactly the information we want and not more is probably better, because that's easier for them and easier for us. Anyway.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Thank you. There was a lot discussed there, so I just want to quickly recap a little bit there. So purpose is really focused on enhancing the overall well-being for the community by the community, essentially. That yes, the district should have a formal policy for managing them. Performance measures should be required. They should be simple and succinct. We should provide a template to make it easy for them to complete. And then I think I need to take away around criteria guiding them, just given the discussion here, but that would come back to you in a policy format for a greater discussion, if that works for everybody, if I've captured that appropriately for now. Okay, thank you very much. We're getting there. On to the next one. Oops, sorry. So the local government school is a collection of district-led programs that promote civic literacy, environmental stewardship, and community involvement. These education initiatives are designed to engage residents, particularly youth, in understanding local government operations and participating in community life. The scope of these initiatives has the potential to grow considerably. So staff are seeking council direction to define this service level through hours allocated to this area. So for context, an investment of approximately 100 hours of staff time will allow us to deliver a larger school-based event. Earth Day would be a good example of a recent larger school-based event that we housed, 10 to 15 classroom tours, and launch a new program, which would be the pilot youth poster program, and wanting to have a discussion. One, does council support? We've done this. It's kind of another one of those ad hoc pieces that's evolved, has been incredibly well received by the community and teachers, but just wanting to check in with council that this is a service level that we want to provide to the community, or a service that we want to provide, and what is that service level that we'd like to provide to the community? Are those elements of the program appropriate for the scope?
Okay, well, I certainly hope so. The council club started after I was elected, and it started because students were coming in and visiting the fire hall, which was important. And I was asked to go and greet the class, and I'm like, well, how come they're not coming in and seeing the rest of what we do? Because this is your local government, right? So then it's morphed and grown over the years, and now I think we have a format that really works really, really well. I also recognize, though, that like John Muir Elementary, it's simply not walkable, and it's a big ordeal for students to get bused here. So what I like about our format is with the additional staff resources, we could take it to them, because it's too far. So it's mainly Poye is benefiting, Sooke Elementary a bit. Cecino's again is out of range, and John Muir is out of range. So I have the opportunity sometimes to visit during reading week, but it would be good to be able to actually do this work there. Sometimes a journey, that would be another group, and also EMCS. You know, these are, some of them would be eligible to run for council next year. And this is their community. So, and it's interesting over the years, because you run into, when I was at Journey for something, I can't remember what now, I asked if the young people there felt involved in their community. Do you feel heard? And they all said yes. And many of them referenced an experience that they had here, either with the fire department or coming in through our school, or just some other event, whether it was Earth Day or otherwise, where they felt, or at the markets, they actually feel. And I think that's important, because as young people grow, you want the stewardship element where they feel, I want to volunteer now, I'm not, or, and, you know, with the bus shelter program, we're not seeing the vandalism because of that work that was led by Ms. Percival years ago. And it stopped the damage that used to happen. And we're seeing, you know, relatively low graffiti, all of those things. So these things are being cared for because the young people feel involved in all of it. And also, it's just to create that next generation of leaders, whether they decide to run for council, or maybe this is future staffing that'll come and work in the community or contribute in another way. Like, we don't want to be that community where young people graduate, leave, and never come back because there's no opportunity. So to actually have young people then want to make Sooke their forever home, even though they may travel and get education elsewhere, but to actually be that next generation to stay here. So I like all of these things, and to see them all involved. And whatever we can do, I think would be excellent. And to also, you know, I met some young people that had worked one of the civic elections and got some experience, found that very interesting. And some were hired on the spot for the last federal election, because Elections Canada needed some staffing. So now again, it's another opportunity to think of what employment in the community looks like, and what we offer here as a municipality. So I think it's excellent, and I appreciate you raising this here.
Thank you.
I also like to see the youth posters someday displayed in chambers here and what they've created. Anything else? Councillor Bateman.
Well, of all you just said, I like it all is one I'll echo. I think that the council, the recommendation here is 100 hours of staff time, which is about 3 weeks. And the feel good factor here is astounding, personally. But you know, the council club, it's vitally important. Civics education and taking it into EMCS particularly, would be just such an important action by a local government at this time.
Great, thank you.
Anything else from anyone? Nope, seeing agreement there.
Fantastic, appreciate that. We are almost there. So I do have one more question or two more questions around engagement. One, as the next step, staff suggest engaging with partners such as local community groups. Staff would like to understand more about their needs and how we can best support them while remaining cognizant of the financial and human resource limitations for all involved. So again, this is a twofold conversation, not just about the district as an organization, but also our not-for-profit sector. Is council in support of staff conducting engagement with community partners before returning to council with draft policies and the supporting funding model?
No, I think that's really important, just so that, especially when we look at the timing, because there was one point the community grant program was cut in half and there were 2 intakes. And one intake time worked well and the second one did not. And I think it had to do with it being too late for groups. And then we ended up going back to the 1 intake again. So it's, and then just understanding, just, okay, this is what's happening. What is, and also hearing from them what has worked over the years and what is not working beyond not having enough funding. Councillor St. Pierre?
I think it's a good idea to do that. I just would say be careful that because we're the district, it doesn't suddenly become, well, what we need is more money. What we need ideally is to find out what do they really need and what could we potentially provide if we're thinking a little bit outside the box that we've been living in until now. Because right now we're looking at how to invest in a completely different way potentially. So I think they need to ask, we need to make sure that we want the bigger answers, not just the dollars and cents of what's their most emergent crisis in terms of money. And we know that they all need potentially, a part-time staff, and we know all those things, but the big picture, I think, is what we should be looking at so we can actually formulate a proper strategy.
And in follow-up to that, and this is a question not only for Councillor St. Pierre, but everybody, are there any specific questions to that initial survey? We will, like I said, engage in other mechanisms as far as interviews and likely some focus groups as well. Are there specific questions at the onset that you would like staff to ask? I've certainly taken everything that you've said through this conversation today, but if there's anything that you go, make sure you don't miss this beyond what Councillor St. Pierre has just said. If there's any thoughts, I'd appreciate hearing them.
Councillor Bateman?
Yeah, so I'm curious about how they do source funding. So I was at this workshop a couple of weeks ago for the West Shore Arts Center, and the speaker, he spoke about the realities, pillars of arts funding, and this applies to any nonprofit. And in an age when government grants are drying up, so that's generally accepted that there's less public money available. So the keys are corporate sponsorship, ticket sales, and philanthropy, i.e. through foundations or individual donors. So I'd like to know from our nonprofits, are you in fact strategizing around philanthropy, corporate sponsorship, individual donors? So that's one thing. Yeah, I had a big idea here, but I'm not sure. It's a referendum question. Since we're going to referendum in October next year, could there be an additional question to the public saying, are you in favor of greater or lesser support of Sooke nonprofit organizations through the district's community investment program? So I threw that out there because that's not related to your final question, but it was bold-faced and I had to say it.
Okay, we'll revisit that. It may over time form into a notice of motion that you can bring forward, depending on how this goes. The other one, just to add in here, is that we joined the CRD Arts Service, and it was determined at the time to be another funding source that was greater, because in order to apply for that particular fund, the local government needs to be a participant, of which we are. And we were going to do it sort of on a review basis. Because then I think it was pointed out one year that none of our groups received any funding. So, and I don't know if that's still the case or not, and I haven't verified it, but again, if we are in this, because then if it's not doing that, in that our groups are not being eligible or they're not getting the funding, then, and I think that was part of a discussion where we didn't increase the 65 because we were doing this other requisition to support this. Well, if the groups are not getting the funding, then why are we participating in something? Then I would need to see, okay, there is no benefit for Sooke and maybe we need to step away from this. So that's sort of another item here that I would just add to this because it was meant to be something that we reviewed being a part of. But if it's not benefiting, then I think we need to examine a way to exit. Councillor Pearson?
And I agree with all of that. It's good discussion. So I think whenever you're proposing interviews and discussions with outside agencies, I always like to know, like a question specific to me, did you know? Did you know that we support the food bank, you know, and high level stats? Did you know that the Santa Claus Parade? Did you know that the community association has 500 kids in soccer that we support? Like just, you know, those bullet points, did you know? When you're interviewing people, just so that it starts permeating the organizations. You know, there's a lot of pressure on their particular organization when you're sitting with somebody doing an interview or a meeting. Did you know this is what else we do? Because it gives people perspective about their responsibility in their ask. So.
Great, thank
Okay.
you.
Councillor Pearson?
Thank you.
Or pardon me, Councillor Pearson, Councillor St. Pierre.
There you go, backwards.
Councillor St. Pierre.
Together.
I was curious, we had a number of requests dealing with reconciliation, which we all approved. And I was wondering if we needed some language around that. If we're gonna look at grants and so on and so forth, what do we want to do with those types of grants and those types of requests? There is money available potentially from UBCM to do some of that work. But what does that look like and what do we want as opposed to just making it up as we go along?
Great, thank you. Any final comments specific to the engagement as a next step? With that, I'll go into a bit of a timeline to map out a few of these pieces. Oops. So purpose of today was to get that council direction of staff undertaking this work and getting a bit of a frame for that discussion. So thank you for that. Next would be that community partner engagement following draft policy development. We would then return to council likely in September with draft policy. This is a suite of changes. So we would be specific prioritizing likely service agreements, community grants, and sponsorship, as I mentioned at the outset, just from a staff capacity perspective, alongside a funding model for those next few pieces that will then feed into our budget conversations for any of those other outliers. So we can have that discussion as we're setting up not only assigning resources through the budget and the financial perspective, but also staff are preparing their work plans at that time of year. So with that, before we take it back to the recommendations, is there anything else that council would like to add to today's discussion around what will be then the new community investment program?
Councillor Bateman, go ahead.
Yeah, just thank you for that final opening here. I did want, when you're going out to the public engagement, I think the question might be if the district hired a dedicated staff person to coordinate and implement the program, how would your organization take advantage of that individual, utilize that person, given that he, she, or they must necessarily divide their time equitably among multiple organizations? And then the follow-up question would be, what would you be prepared to surrender in terms of existing district funding in order to ensure the hiring of this individual?
You want staff to answer that?
No, well, that's just something that perhaps you could float as a.
Okay.
in the engagement.
Might be a tough one. Oh, like to ask the members,
Yeah.
the member groups that, okay,
Received, thank you.
okay. All right, I think that's
With-
really great work.
I feel like sorry, Councillor Sooke.
Go ahead.
Here.
I had been expecting that we might actually be looking further into the service agreements. I know that there's organizations, specifically Sooke Fuchi, that have been hoping to move forward in a service agreement for some time. It feels like now it's going to be, I'm looking at fourth quarter 2025, so, winter, fall 2025. Is there anything that can be done for these organizations in the meanwhile? In terms of, they're doing important work in the community and they don't actually have necessarily a funding model that works or something to support them in terms of doing that work. And they've been patient and waiting quite a long time. So
So I think their option in the meantime, because this is all under development, is to see if council is willing to fund it under contingency, and then we'll see, because the budget is already locked and loaded. So this would be to set the stage for next year.
Mhm.
And that if that is the case, then that would be their only other avenue, is to write to council.
Okay.
Or for you to put a notice of motion forward.
no, I just want to make sure I brought it up because it's been on my mind and I wasn't sure where it might come into the conversation. And
I will mention to council in that specific agency, we have received proposals from a few different groups that arguably are within that sort of same realm, which then informs considerations around potential for service agreement and criteria for entering on them, just to support council and making sure that you're making a decision with all of the information that you have to support you in making an informed decision rather than a specific agency. So I'll certainly need to share that additional information with you should this conversation continue before we have some policy in place to guide that direction.
okay, and just to follow up a little bit, and I assume that you'll definitely be in conversation with these organizations as you develop this policy. So they'll know that there's stuff happening and that it's moving forward.
They do, and to this specific organization, I actually I've had several conversations with them in advance of that, of today's discussion. One, also seeking permission to use them as an example in the events, because I think it's a good example of the inequity of the process, because they're applying for a grant year after year when other delivering the same sort of product to the community is not having to do the same. So I did seek their permission, had a conversation with them to share that example with you today. So with that, I guess I think I have a good sense of the recap. I'll check in with council. Would it be beneficial for us to recap, or are we okay to proceed to those recommendations that were included in the staff report?
We're good to proceed.
Okay, thank you. I'll ask corporate services if you could kindly bring up the recommendation slide for council's consideration.
Okay, that is the committee of the whole recommend that council endorse in principle the introduction of a community investment program beginning in 2026 based on the key principles to support equity, capacity building, financial sustainability, and alignment with strategic priorities. Direct staff to conduct engagement with local community and agencies to inform program development. Direct staff to draft a suite of policy changes to support the community investment program, including updates to the community grants and sponsorship policy, letters of support policy, creation of service agreement policy, and other relevant instruments such as a clear funding model. And direct staff to prepare a report regarding the business beautification program concept and the Sooke Regional Business Services Cooperative for consideration and recommendation by the Community Economic Development Committee. Moved by Councillor Bateman. Any comments?
No, bravo.
Okay, anything from anyone else? I'll call the question then. All in favor? That's carried unanimously. Like the others, it'll flow to the consent agenda of the next regular meeting. And other than that, I'll look for a motion to adjourn, please, by Councillor St. Pierre. All in favor, please. That's unanimous at 5 o'clock. Thank you, everyone, and thank you, staff, for your work on these.